Chapter 451. At the peak of Dub Peak, practically all the Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples were gathered together, but at this moment, it was terrifyingly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard, undulating, continuous and unending. To the Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples present, besides the traitor of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Fan Jian, who was by the side of the Origin Convergent sect leader, the remaining members of the three great sects that had descended to the peak of Dub Peak were people that were far beyond their reach. It wasn't just them that were far beyond their reach. Even most of the Seven-Star Sword Sect higher-ups present were similarly far beyond their reach. Besides Fan Jian, all the members of the three great sects were existences at the Void Initiation stage. Even the weakest flying demon beast, the Cloud Crest Crane, was an existence at the fourth level of the Void Initiation stage. Sect leader Linghu, Elder Xian, said it's impossible. Do you think so as well? The Origin Convergent sect leader, Lu Yuan, stared at Linghu Jinhong with a burning gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Along with Lu Yuan's words, including Du and Lingtian, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Linghu Jinhong. If the Seven-Star Sword Sect is here, then I, Linghu Jinhong, am here. If the Seven-Star Sword Sect isn't here, then I, Linghu Jinhong, am still dead. Linghu Jinhong expressed his stand with a single sentence. If the Seven-Star Sword Sect were to compromise and merge with the three great sects to join the ranks of the Azure Forest Four sects, then even if it survived, it would still be dead. Even if it survived, it would still be dead. Even if it survived, it would still be dead. Linghu Jinhong's words were like a fuse that completely lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Most of the Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples present were excited to the point their faces flushed red, and they roared loudly with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. Numerous shapeless waves of sound rose and fell, spreading throughout the seven great sword peaks of the Seven-Star Sword Sect and reverberating without end. These Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples obviously agreed with Linghu Jinhong's words. Of course, there were also many Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples that had ghastly pale expressions, and their bodies unconsciously started trembling. They realized the crisis that was about to arrive. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. These Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples were incomparably terrified in their hearts. Besides Zhao Lin's expression and gaze that was difficult to unravel, all the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword Sect had firm and fearlessly. It was as if he had sworn to live and die with the sect. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yuan abruptly started laughing loudly, and his laughter swept out in all directions and suppressed the voices of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples. Sect leader Linghu, could it be that you really want to give up the lives of yourself and the lives of everyone in the Seven-Star Sword Sect for the sake of the name of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? Do you want the Seven-Star Sword Sect to follow in the footsteps of the Mountain Split Sect? As soon as Lu Yuan said this, the expressions of the Seven-Star Sword Sect members went grim. Mountain Splitter Sect? You annihilated the Mountain Split Sect? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted as he asked in astonishment. That's right. Not long ago, the Mountain Split Sect ceased to exist. Besides a group of Mountain Split Sect disciples that were willing to rely on our Azure Forest Trisect, the Mountain Split sect leader, guardian elders, sect guarding demon beast, and numerous higher-ups of the Mountain Split Sect have all died. The demonic Lotus Blade Sect's sect master continued the conversation with a resolute voice. Shua, 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 Shua. Instantly, no matter if it was the Seven-Star Sword Sect higher-ups or the Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples, all of their expressions went grim. The Mountain Split Sect, one of the five great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, was annihilated just like that. Mountain Split Sect. Sect leader Teng, Du and Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly closed his eyes. The Mountain Split Sect's sect leader Teng was undoubtedly an open-minded person. 1 year ago, during the martial competition of the five great sects, Du and Lingtian had successively defeated the two great disciples of the Mountain Split Sect, causing the Mountain Split Sect to lose face. However, not only was the Mountain Split sect leader not enraged, he instead sincerely invited Du and Lingtian to be a guest in the Mountain Split Sect. Du and Lingtian had a rather good impression of sect leader Teng. But today, when he heard that the Mountain Split sect led by sect leader Teng was actually annihilated just like that, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Mountain Split sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was extremely formidable, yet now it had actually become a fleeting cloud. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became serious. Although the 7-star sword sect's strength far surpassed the Mountain Split sect, but now that the top experts of the 3 great sects had descended, even the 7-star sword sect had the heart but was powerless. No matter if it was the number or strength of the top experts of the 3 great sects, they were extremely shocking and far surpassed the 7-star sword sect. Little Gold, perhaps will be buried here with the sect today. Duan Lingtian flicked his sleeve and communicated with the Little Gold Mouse via voice transmission. Big Brother Lingtian will surely be able to survive. The Little Gold Mouse consoled via voice transmission. Survive? Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled when he heard the Little Gold Mouse's naive words, and he didn't reply. He didn't have any extravagant hopes towards this. Under the eyes of the experts of the 3 great sects, probably not a single person from the 7-star sword sect would be able to escape alive. Right at this moment. Bang! 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 The peak of Dub Peak seemed to shake, and countless heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. It's the demonic Lotus Blade sect. And the Origin Convergence sect. The Snow Moon sect has come as well. Along with the rising and falling exclamations of the 7-star sword sect disciples sounding out, the surroundings of the peak of Dub Peak were filled with the members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect. Practically all these people were inner court disciples of the 3 great sects. There were also many elders of the sects. Obviously, the 3 great sects had come prepared today for the sake of annihilating the entire 7-star sword sect and allowing the Azure Forest Trisect formed from the 3 sects to reign supreme over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family would probably fear the deterrence of the Azure Forest Trisect. I'm willing to rely on the Azure Forest Trisect. I'm willing to rely on the Azure Forest Trisect. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple looked at the elders and disciples of the 3 great sects that surrounded them and spoke in panic. The 7-star sword sect disciples that are willing to rely on our Azure Forest Trisect can go behind our Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Don't think of fleeing, otherwise, you'll die for sure. The voice of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was resolute, and it completely destroyed the psychological line of defense of the numerous 7-star sword sect disciples. I'm willing to rely on you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Instantly, many 7-star sword sect disciples gushed towards the Azure Forest Trisect disciples. These 7-star sword sect disciples were mostly outer court disciples that didn't have any sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect. Betraying the sect, you deserve death. The gazes of many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were icy cold as they directly attacked and killed the outer court disciples that wanted to betray the 7-star sword sect. For a time, the peak of Dub Peak was dyed in blood. The faces of many 7-star sword sect disciples that wanted to betray the 7-star sword sect and rely on the Azure Forest Trisect went grim when they saw this scene, and they didn't dare make any rash movements. Sect leader Linghu, could it be that your 7-star sword sect is so dictatorial and unwilling to allow your disciples to seek a better position and seek another path of survival? The Snow Moon sect's leader looked at Linghu Jinhong and asked. Never mind, never mind. Linghu Jinhong sighed, and his entire body seemed to have completely lost all strength. 7-star sword sect disciples that are willing to live and die with the sect, listen up, everyone has their own aspirations. You're not allowed to kill your former fellow disciples. Former fellow disciples. These 4 words undoubtedly contained too much helplessness and sorrow mixed within. As soon as Linghu Jinhong finished speaking, the 7-star sword sect disciples instantly rushed out desperately. In next to no time, more than half of them had left. There were no more than 100 people that remained. Most of them were inner court disciples. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Perhaps it's talking about a situation like this. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he didn't have the slightest hatred towards these disciples that chose to leave the 7-star sword sect. Just like Linghu Jinhong had said, everyone had their own aspirations. Moreover, these 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't compare to the personal disciples of the peak masters and elders of the various peaks, as they didn't obtain too much favor from the 7-star sword sect. They relied more on themselves. The 7-star sword sect only gave them the honor of an identity. Their sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect was limited. I didn't misjudge in the end. Many 7-star sword sect higher-ups revealed gratified smiles as they looked at the figures of their personal disciples amongst the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that remained. Master, this disciple can only repay the kindness you've shown me in my next life. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. A white-clothed young man that had approached the border area of the peak of Megre's Peak since long ago flashed out, as if transforming into a sharp arrow that flashed behind the Azure Forest Trisect disciples and vanished. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian recognized this inner court disciple that had betrayed the 7-star sword sect, and it was precisely the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master, Hu Shuefeng. At that time, before the outer court competition, Duan Lingtian had once heard of it. Hu Shuefeng was the personal disciple that the peak master of Merak Peak doted on the most, and even found a grade 7 spirit sword that was able to provide an amplification of 30% strength for Hu Shuefeng. It could be said that the peak master of Merak Peak fostered Hu Shuefeng without holding back in the slightest. But now, Hu Shuefeng had instead become the first person amongst the personal disciples of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups to defect. Bastard disciple! An explosive shout suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw, amongst the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, a white-clothed middle-aged man similarly had a flushed face, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as he was enraged to the limit. See if I don't kill you. Whoosh. Instantly, the peak master of Merak Peak took the initiative, and seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with it, 9th level of the void prying stage. Master, spare my life. Hu Shuefeng hid behind the Azure Forest Trisect disciples, and his face went ghastly pale when he saw his master flashing over, and he was terrified and uneasy. In next to no time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because a 9th level void prying stage elder had walked out from the Azure Forest Trisect side to stop the peak master of Merak Peak. Master, don't worry, I'll surely carry forward the ability you passed down to me. You can go in peace. Disciple will remember your kindness for my entire lifetime. Hu Shuefeng took a deep breath and suppressed the terror in his heart before speaking to the peak master of Merak Peak. You bastard disciple. Chapter 452. This Hu Shuefeng is utterly an ingrate like Huang Ji. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples that chose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect looked at the distant Hu Shuefeng and couldn't refrain from cursing. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Shuefeng as killing intent flashed within his eyes. The other 7-star sword sect disciples hadn't received any favor from the 7-star sword sect, so choosing to leave the 7-star sword sect could be said to be because everyone had their own aspirations, and he didn't feel anything about it. But this Hu Shuefeng was instead fostered by the peak master of Merak Peak, and the favor he received from the 7-star sword sect was innumerable. A person like this defecting from the 7-star sword sect caused Duan Lingtian to feel extreme contempt. Right when everyone thought that the experts of the 3 great sects were about to make a move. Duan Lingtian. The gaze of the Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, descended onto Duan Lingtian. Your natural talent is unparalleled in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even to the extent that it can be said to be unprecedented. Why choose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect? Why don't you join our Azure Forest Trisect? With your natural talent, it isn't impossible for you to become the one and only sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect in the future. Lu Yuan threw out an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. Master. As soon as Lu Yuan said this, it caused the expression of Huang Ji who stood behind him to go grim, and he hurriedly said, Master, this Duan Lingtian can't be allowed to live. Allowing him to live will surely be a great calamity that will bring calamity to our Azure Forest Trisect. Shut up. How could Lu Yuan not know what Huang Ji was thinking? And he directly berated and interrupted Huang Ji. This caused Huang Ji's face to flush red and become incomparably unsightly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Ji stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian. He originally thought that he would be able to make a show of strength this time and watch Duan Lingtian be killed. But who would have imagined that his master actually wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian into the Azure Forest Trisect? Once Duan Lingtian joined the Azure Forest Trisect, he could imagine that he would surely be completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian like he was in the Seven-Star Sword sect before, and he would have no chance to turn the tables. He couldn't accept it. However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Clearly, in his master's eyes, his value was far less than this Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're a peerless genius, and your future achievements are immeasurable. We believe that you're a smart person and know what to do. So long as you leave the Seven-Star Sword sect and join our Azure Forest Trisect, we'll use the best cultivation resources to foster you. The sect leader of the Snow Moon sect looked at Duan Lingtian and tried to recruit him. That's right. So long as you join our Azure Forest Trisect, you'll have whatever you want. With your peerless and monstrous natural talent, you'll surely become the #1 person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader said as well. They'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's natural talent. 1 year ago, he'd comprehended elementary wind force at the age of 22 and defeated the Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Today, he'd even defeated the Zither Young Master, Zi Shong. Presently, Duan Lingtian was only 23 years old, yet he'd already suppressed 2 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he was given another 1 or 2 years of time, even the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be a match for him. The 3 great sect leaders threw out an olive branch to Duan Lingtian at the same time. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, perhaps only Duan Lingtian was able to receive such treatment. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian. Everyone knew clearly that so long as Duan Lingtian was able to survive, it wouldn't be difficult for him to soar into the sky in the future. Duan Lingtian stood there unmoved by the recruitment of the 3 great sect leaders, and it was as if he didn't hear them. He had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Linghu Jinhong spoke out with a calm tone. Just as the 3 of them said, with your natural talent, your future accomplishments are limitless. If you choose to join them, then I won't blame you. Exactly, Duan Lingtian, we won't blame you. Zheng Fan, Ku Zhen, and Elder Bai spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian's body imperceptibly trembled when he heard the words of the 3 of them, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. I wonder how senior brother Duan Lingtian will choose. Many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples couldn't help but be slightly perturbed. In their hearts, they hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, and hoped that Duan Lingtian would choose to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword sect. Imperceptibly, Duan Lingtian had already become a type of spiritual will of the Seven-Star Sword sect. If even Duan Lingtian chose to defect, they would undoubtedly be extremely disappointed. Let me join your Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 great sect leaders and slowly said, but, all of you have to agree to a condition of mine. Duan Lingtian's words caused many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples to sigh. Of course, there were also some Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that heaved a sigh of relief. For example, Zheng Song, Zhuo Qing, Mo Yu, He Dong, and the other Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian felt happy that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. What condition? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader asked. The gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were curious as well. I can join the Azure Forest Trisect that's formed from the merger of your 3 sects. But your Azure Forest Trisect must guarantee to withdraw from the Seven-Star Sword sect and guarantee not to invade in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he spoke word by word. Whoosh. When Duan Lingtian's condition was spoken of, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. No one had imagined that Duan Lingtian would speak of such a condition. At the beginning, when Duan Lingtian said he could join the Azure Forest Trisect, Although some of the seven-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples didn't say anything, they still felt slightly uncomfortable in their hearts. Now, when Duan Lingtian spoke of this condition, the gap in their hearts vanished without a trace. It could be said that if Duan Lingtian didn't speak of this condition, then he would be betraying the seven-star sword sect for his own benefit. But now that Duan Lingtian spoke of this condition, the nature was completely different. It became enduring humiliation for the greater good. This caused them to feel deep veneration. Impossible. The three sect leaders shook their heads at the same time and refused Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, we want to recruit you to join the Azure Forest Trisect because we undoubtedly think highly of your natural talent. However, although we think highly of you, it doesn't mean that we can make such a large concession for you. The seven-star sword sect must be annihilated today. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes had a trace of coldness. You can choose to change the condition, or you can choose to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. The sect leaders of the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect nodded as well. Change the condition? Duan Lingtian frowned and seemed to be slightly troubled. At the same time, numerous voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and all of them advised him to never choose to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. These voice transmissions came from the seven-star sword sect higher-ups besides Zhao Lin, and from the crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples. Obviously, the condition Duan Lingtian spoke of earlier caused most of the people in the seven-star sword sect to be subdued by Duan Lingtian, and they didn't wish to destroy Duan Lingtian's great future because of them. Duan Lingtian ought to have a better future. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart lightly trembled. He was able to feel that these voice transmissions came from the bottom of their hearts, and they were truly for his good. But the more it was like this, the heavier his mood was. Under such circumstances, could he just walk away? Was he this sort of person? Fortunately, Ke and Little Fei left with Peak Master Qin Xiong. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to escape this calamity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Ke and Li Fei, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian, our patience is limited, what do you think? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader frowned and spoke with slight impatience. Then I'll change my condition. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, who was on the cloud-saw crane, then his gaze moved to descend onto Huang Ji who was behind Lu Yuan. My condition is, I want Huang Ji and Hu Shuefeng to die. So long as the two of them die, I can promise all of you to join the Azure Forest Trisect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the scene went deathly silent, as if one would be able to hear a pin drop on the ground. Huang Ji and Hu Shuefeng had become the center of attention as well. Both of their faces went pale. Master, don't believe him, don't believe him. Huang Ji noticed that Lu Yuan had turned to look at him, and his face went ghastly pale as he spoke in panic. Right, don't believe him, don't believe him. Hu Shuefeng noticed that the gazes the surrounding Azure Forest Trisect elders and disciples looked at him seemed to have changed, and he was terrified to the point his body shivered and he was extremely flustered. So long as they die, you're really willing to join our Azure Forest Trisect? Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian as if he wanted to confirm it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze carried ridicule as he looked at Huang Ji who had a ghastly pale expression as he said indifferently, Huang Ji, at this moment, do you feel it's ironic? That day, you betrayed the sect and joined the Origin Convergence sect, and it was none other than because I seized your limelight. Today, even if you become the personal disciple of sect leader Lu, you still have to die with a single word from me. You're bound to be a loser before me, an eternal loser. You're bound to live under my shadow for your entire life. Every single word Duan Lingtian spoke struck at Huang Ji's heart. You. Huang Ji was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he saw Lu Qiu looking at him with eyes that emitted killing intent, he completely panicked. Master, no. Don't. Don't. Huang Ji's voice stopped abruptly as he finished speaking. Because with a raise of his hand, Lu Qiu easily shattered the top of his head and blasted him to death. Hu Shuefeng's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene. Flee. At this moment, only this thought remained in his mind. But when Hu Shuefeng turned around and didn't have the time to execute his movement technique, he noticed that he was already surrounded by the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Kill him. Along with the orders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect made a move and annihilated Hu Shuefeng before he could even react. The moment Huang Ji and Hu Shuefeng died, everyone from the Seven-Star Sword sect revealed smiles. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, we've already completed your conditions. From today onwards, you, Duan Lingtian, are a disciple of our Azure Forest Trisect. Welcome. Chapter 453. Welcome. The demonic Lotus Blade sect and Origin Convergence sect's leaders looked at Duan Lingtian as well and smiled warmly. At this moment, even the gazes of the older generation experts of the three great sects descended onto Duan Lingtian. They'd heard of Duan Lingtian long ago. They knew that he was a rare genius in the martial Dao of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao could be said to be unprecedented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Alas! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is going to leave in the end. Many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh. Although the outcome was like this, they didn't blame Duan Lingtian in the slightest, and were even grateful to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had dealt with 2 traitors for the Seven-Star Sword sect before leaving. He'd completed what they wanted to complete, yet were unable to complete. Besides Zhao Lin, the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had unsightly expressions, and the gazes the others shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with gratification. Duan Lingtian, if you see Fei, remember to tell her. Don't think of taking revenge for me before you have the strength to shake the Azure Forest Trisect. Of course, it's best if she never thinks of taking revenge. As her master, I hope that she'll live a peaceful life without any worries. Elder Bai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was even more like she was leaving behind her will. Elder Bai, I'm afraid I can't help you pass these words to little Fei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he replied via voice transmission. What do you mean by this? When Elder Bai replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, she couldn't help but be stunned. In next to no time, she obtained her answer. They saw Duan Lingtian standing at the side of the life and death arena as he looked at the sect leaders of the 3 great sects and smiled lightly. Sect leaders, Duan Lingtian appreciates your good intentions. But, Duan Lingtian has received great kindness from the sect leader and the Seven-Star Sword sect on many occasions, so I'm afraid I'm unable to leave with all of you. Duan Lingtian spoke with great resolution to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian's attitude caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples were stunned. All the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups were dumbstruck. What? Are you going back on your word? The faces of the 3 sect leaders darkened as they glared at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes burned with uncontrollable rage. Despicable. You went back on your word. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the 3 great sects that were surrounding the peak of Dub Peak started cursing loudly. Sect leaders, I'm truly sorry. Actually, I was only joking earlier. I never imagined that the 3 sect leaders would actually be willing to give up 2 disciples for me, Duan Lingtian. I'm truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed with slight embarrassment. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the members of the 3 great sects, it completely ignited their rage. Duan Lingtian, since you're unwilling to join my Azure Forest Trisect, then go die. The Origin Convergence sect's sect leader, Lu Yuan, was the first to be unable to restrain himself. The origin energy on his body shot into the sky as he flashed out from the back of the Azure Feather Vulture, and he seemed to have transformed into a goshawk that swooped down towards Duan Lingtian. After all, for the sake of recruiting Duan Lingtian, he'd killed his most outstanding personal disciple. This caused him to be aggrieved and furious. How could he believe the words of this little fox, Duan Lingtian? Bang! 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 Everywhere Lu Yuan passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. In the sky, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with him with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Bang! Lu Yuan, who was enraged to the extreme, slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy condensed into an enormous palm print that carried the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons as it whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan didn't use a spirit weapon or concept. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was merely a nascent soul-stage martial artist and didn't have the qualifications to make him, a 6th-level void initiation stage expert, utilize his origin energy and concept. At practically the instant Lu Yuan attacked, Linghu Jinhong made a move as well. Swish. With a raise of his hand, origin energy instantly condensed into a sharp sword, and the sharp sword that was completely condensed into form from origin energy flashed out as if it had transformed into a sharp arrow. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed the palm print Lu Yuan slapped out. In the sky above Linghu Jinhong, 14 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. As a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist, Linghu Jinhong's strength was already comparable to the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons. The extra strength of 6 ancient horned dragons was precisely Linghu Jinhong's 6th-level sword concept. When Lu Yuan's palm print whistled over, Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. Whirlwind. He exerted all his strength to exert his fastest speed, yet was unable to avoid Lu Yuan's palm print that whistled over in the end. This palm print seemed as if it had eyes, and it followed him like a shadow. Mother, Kerr, little Fei, the feeling of being on the verge of suffocation, the feeling of having half a foot in hell, caused Duan Lingtian to feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the figures of the 3 most important women to him in this lifetime couldn't help but appear within his mind. Squeak squeak tilde. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's sharp cry sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that his hand was held by something, and when his sleeve flapped, he noticed that the little gold mouse had used her tail to coil around him and pull him to flash towards the distance. The speed was so swift that it was far from something his own speed could compare to. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a clear sword howl assault him, and it pierced his eardrums to the point of trembling. Swish. Bang. It was the sword light condensed into form from Linghu Jinhong's origin energy that had arrived and shattered Lu Yuan's palm print. Sect leader Linghu, I truly never imagined that you've actually comprehended 6th-level sword concept. In terms of strength, you're probably only inferior to Elder Xian in the 7-star sword sec. Lu Yuan looked at Linghu Jinhong as a spear appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the tip of the spear was suffused with origin energy as it emitted an aura that seemed capable of penetrating everything. Spear concept. Unlike Linghu Jinhong, who used a sword, Lu Yuan used a spear. Very few martial artists in Cloud Continent would use a spear, but those that dared use a spear were all experts that had extremely great confidence in themselves. Whoosh. The spear in Lu Yuan's hand swung, and the origin energy coiled around the spear seemed to have transformed into flames that leaped about in the air, seeming capable of incinerating everything. At the same time, 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Lu Yuan. Around the 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, and they were like a host of stars surrounding the moon as they surrounded the surroundings, as if they were submitting to 16 emperors. Lu Yuan, the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Expert. Grade 5 Spirit Spear. 5th-level Spear Concept. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. It's the Origin Convergence sect's sect-guarding spirit weapon, Blazing Sea. I've heard of the Blazing Sea in sect leader Lu's possession since long ago. Supposedly, this Blazing Sea is the one and only Grade 5 spirit weapon in the Origin Convergence sect, a Grade 5 spirit spear. Some of the elders and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and Snow Moon sect couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Linghu Jinhong, who stood in confrontation with Lu Yuan. Linghu Jinhong stood there, and the clothes on his body fluttered without wind. A sword quickly appeared in his hand, a sword that had flowing lights revolving around it. Along with his origin energy pouring into the sword, 6th-level sword concept suffused out. Whoosh! In the sky, 17 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Around the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, there were similarly over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that surrounded the surroundings. Sect leader. The 7-star sword sect disciples present looked up at Linghu Jinhong with burning gazes. This was the sect leader of their 7-star sword sect. His strength obviously surpassed the Origin Convergence sect's sect leader, Lu Yuan. Sect leader Linghu, I have to admit that I'm not a match for you in a one-on-one battle. But unfortunately, it isn't a battle between you and me today, but a battle between our Azure Forest Trisect and your 7-star sword sect. Lu Yuan had a calm expression, and at the same time, he raised his other hand. Azure Forest Trisect disciples, hear my command. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's hand pressed down. Leave no one alive. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a judge that controlled life and death. Kill. Leave no one alive. Instantly, the Azure Forest Trisect disciples were like a swarm of bees as they swept towards the group of disciples that chose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect disciples naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death, and they rose up to resist in unison. At practically the exact same moment, the experts of the 3 great sects in the sky made a move. These were all experts that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and with every move they made, Origin energy roared and concept suffused the sky. A true slaughter unfolded on the peak of Dub Peak. Kill. Kill. Waves of battle cries sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and at the same time, he joined in as well. Sword drawing arts. Along with the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand striking out, it seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous snake as numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples died at his hands. 1,000 illusions. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a dim light as his spiritual force utilized the soul brand to execute an illusory space. With him as the center, so long as the Azure Forest Trisect disciples had spiritual forces that were inferior to him within a radius of 10 meters, they would be lost within the illusory space and become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kill Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian knows demonic techniques. In next to no time, an Azure Forest Trisect elder noticed the soul skill Duan Lingtian executed. Of course, they didn't know that what Duan Lingtian executed was a soul skill, and they only thought it was a demonic technique. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The numerous Azure Forest Trisect elders seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand as they flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. The spiritual forces of these Azure Forest Trisect elders surpassed the current Duan Lingtian, and the soul skill Duan Lingtian executed was completely useless against them. In the blink of an eye, these Azure Forest Trisect elders had approached Duan Lingtian. I'm going to die in the end. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile when he saw this scene. Not to mention him, even the little gold mouse was inferior to the strengths of these Azure Forest Trisect elders. Most of them were existences at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage or above. Even though his spiritual force had advanced to the Void Prying stage and was sufficient to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate Void Prying stage martial artists, the materials required were extremely rare. It wasn't something that could be bought with money, and it could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Swish. A dazzling sword light flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a life-saving straw that spun past him. With only a single sword strike, half of the Azure Forest Trisect elders that flashed towards Duan Lingtian had died. Chapter 454. Peak Master Zheng Fan. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the middle-aged man. Subsequently, when his gaze descended onto another place, it went icy cold once again. Numerous 7-star sword sect disciples died at the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect elders and disciples, and in a short moment, blood flowed like a river on Dub Peak. Kill. A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that looked to be around the age of 20 was directly killed amidst his roars. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw this scene. Such a young life had withered away just like that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that life was so fragile. If this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple was placed in the earth of his previous life, perhaps he would only be a carefree university student that lived a stable life every day. But now, he hadn't even had the time to enjoy his life before he'd already withered away. 8. Duan Lingtian was enraged, his eyes were dyed completely scarlet red, and every time the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand attacked, it would take away the life of an Azure Forest Trisect disciple. He didn't know how many Azure Forest Trisect disciples had died at his hands, nor did he know how many 7-star Sword Sect disciples had fallen. He only knew, kill, kill, kill. Every time he faced danger, Zheng Fan and Ku Zhen, the two peak masters, would lend a helping hand and resolve the danger for him. Otherwise, he might have died at the hands of the group of Azure Forest Trisect elders long ago. The origin energy in his body was ceaselessly consumed, but Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't feel it, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand flashed out as if he wanted to use up the last trace of strength in his body. On the other side, Zheng Song, Zhuo Qing, Mo Yu, and the others that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian were fighting with all their might, and all of them had gone red from killing. For the sake of the sect, they were willing to shed their last drop of blood. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian felt tired, and he bent down to support his legs as he gasped for breath. His gaze descended onto the sky. The battle between experts was being carried out there. The sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, and Elder Xian were fighting 2 against 3, and they stood together with the 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage experts, and it was difficult to decide a victor. Both of them relied on their sword concepts to suppress each other and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. On the other side, Elder Ming moved with the wind, and his 5th level wind concept raged as he battled the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Their strength, spirit artifacts, and concepts were all on par. For a moment, the battle was a tie. On the other side, the 7-star Sword sect guarding revered elder, the flying demon beast Elder Peng, was resisting the final 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert of the 3 great sects and the Origin Convergence sect guarding demon beast, the Azure Feather Vulture. Originally, Elder Peng's strength wasn't inferior to that 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert, but because of the interference of the Azure Feather Vulture, it caused Elder Peng to gradually fall into a disadvantaged position. The others and the beasts were also in full swing. I can't get involved in this kind of battle. Looking at the fierce battle in front of him, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Any one of these experts could kill him with a flip of their palm. Ascension realm existences were simply too terrifying. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was so weak and insignificant. If he was a void interpretation stage expert, no, even if he was only an expert at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, it would be sufficient to turn the situation around and allow the 7-star Sword sect to avoid this calamity. In the battle between the experts, the 7-star Sword sect gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. In terms of strength and quantity, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect firmly suppressed the 7-star Sword sect. An outcome like this wasn't strange. Kill. Under the protection of Peak Master Zheng Fan and Peak Master Ku Zhen, Duan Lingtian continued his slaughter after he'd rested enough. Gradually, Duan Lingtian killed to the point he was slightly numb to it. Suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears, and it belonged to the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Duan Lingtian, Elder Peng will bring you away in 3 breaths of time. Prepare yourself. Leave. Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then he guessed Linghu Jinhong's intentions. Linghu Jinhong wanted to send him away. But, would he be able to leave? Perhaps he'd guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts at this moment, and Linghu Jinhong added anxiously. Only if you survive would our 7-star Sword sect have hope. I believe that you'll surely be able to take revenge for us and allow the 7-star Sword sect to once again stand at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Within Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission that contained solemn and stirring emotions, he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. The time of 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this instant. Swish. A terrifying sword howl tore through the sky, and it carried along a peerless might as it swept through the heavens and earth. It was the 7-star Sword sect's strongest Elder Xian that had gone berserk, and he'd used his strength to suppress 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage experts, allowing Linghu Jinhong to be free. Swoosh. Linghu Jinhong tore through the sky, and as his figure flashed, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed directly towards the distant Grand Rock. The Grand Rock was in battle with a man and a beast, and there were some injuries on his body. Elder Peng, I'm counting on you. The Grade 5 Spirit Sword in Linghu Jinhong's hand whistled out as it assisted the Grand Rock in suppressing the man and beast, and the 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert was blasted away by Linghu Jinhong. The Azure Feather Vulture was in an extremely sorry state as well. In terms of speed, perhaps Linghu Jinhong was far inferior to the Grand Roc. But in terms of attack, he was far superior to the Grand Roc. After all, he'd already comprehended 6th level sword concept, whereas even though the Grand Roc was a 6th level Void Initiation Stage demon beast, it had only comprehended 5th level wind concept. Sword concept only affected attack, and it didn't affect speed. Wind concept, however, possessed both attack and speed. The Grand Roc nodded as his eyes emitted a wisp of desolation, and his eyes that flickered with bright lights flashed towards the distant Duan Lingtian. Oh! Right at this moment, the Azure Feather Vulture seemed to have realized that the Grand Roc wanted to leave, and it let out a sharp cry before transforming into an azure flowing light that shot towards the Grand Roc. Killing intent shot out from the depths of the Grand Roc's eyes. Swoosh! Without the suppression of the 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert, the Grand Roc directly moved to intercept the Azure Feather Vulture. Lightning flashed, and the Grand Roc stood in the sky without falling. Whereas the Azure Feather Vulture's neck was broken by the Grand Roc, and it crashed onto the life and death arena on the peak of Dub Peak, causing an expanse of dust to be lifted up. The Azure Feather Vulture had become the first Void Initiation Stage expert to be killed. Elder Qing, the Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, went grim when he saw this scene, and he cried out in sorrow. The status of the Azure Feather Vulture in the Origin Convergence sect was equivalent to the status of the Grand Roc in the 7-star Sword sect. Even if it was him, the sect leader, he had to respectfully address the Azure Feather Vulture as Elder Qing when he saw it. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lu Yuan returned to his senses, and he saw the 7-star Sword sect's Grand Roc had actually abandoned Linghu Jinhong and swooped down. His gaze descended along with it. In next to no time, a familiar figure appeared within his field of vision. Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Lu Yuan's face went grim, as he finally knew the Grand Roc's plan. He also knew why the 7-star Sword sect's Elder Xian would suddenly go berserk and risk his life to suppress the 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage experts, including him. So it turned out that all of this was planned beforehand. Stop that Grand Roc. It wants to save Duan Lingtian and leave. Lu Yuan abruptly shouted out explosively, and his voice swept out to spread throughout the entire peak of Dub Peak. Instantly, the experts of the 3 great sects wanted to withdraw themselves and flash towards Duan Lingtian to stop the Grand Roc. At this moment, their hearts burned with anxiousness. It was fine if the other 7-star Sword sect disciples fled, as they wouldn't feel anything, but Duan Lingtian. This monstrous existence that rose like a comet in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they would not allow him to escape no matter what. They could imagine that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, once he matured in the future, sweeping through their Azure Forest trisect would be nothing difficult. Don't think of leaving. All the experts of the 7-star Sword sect had been notified by Linghu Jinhong via voice transmission earlier, and all of them went berserk and erupted with all their strength to stop the experts of the 3 great sects as if they'd gone mad. Bang! A 7-star Sword sect elder was directly blasted to death for obstructing the experts of the 3 great sects. Presently, the elders and disciples of the 3 great sects had all gushed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, as if they wanted to blast Duan Lingtian to death before the Grand Roc took Duan Lingtian away. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've come to assist you. An urgent voice sounded out, and it was Mo Yu who was nearby Duan Lingtian flashing over to kill an Azure Forest trisect disciple that wanted to launch a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian. Mo Yu stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and his eyes had gone red from killing. Presently, Mo Yu had already broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage by relying on his extraordinary natural talent, and his strength was extraordinary. Stop them. Stop them. Open up a path for senior brother Duan Lingtian. The crowd of 7-star Sword sect disciples seemed as if they'd been injected with stimulants as they fought desperately with the disciples of the 3 great sects. They'd shed all their blood for the sake of helping Duan Lingtian pave a path to death. Today, any one of them could die, but only Duan Lingtian couldn't die. Duan Lingtian was their hope. The 7-star Sword sect's hope. And the price they paid for their actions was extremely great. One by one, the 7-star sword sect disciples fell down and dyed the ground red, and fresh blood flowed out and dyed the boots on Duan Lingtian's feet red. No. No. Duan Lingtian's eyes almost split apart when he saw the scene before him. These 7-star sword sect disciples mostly didn't have any relationship with him, but for the sake of allowing him to leave today, they'd risked their lives to obstruct the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian, live well. The personal disciple of the Fector Peak's master, Ku Zhan, shouted out explosively as he charged into the crowd, and after killing a few Azure Forest Trisect disciples, he was killed by the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Meng Qiu. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted boundless blood. Qiu, good job. After Ku Zhan killed an Azure Forest Trisect elder with a single strike, he just happened to see this scene, and at the same time that tears flowed down his face, he had a gratified expression. His disciple didn't lose face for him, and didn't waste his many years of fostering. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, don't let junior sister down. A delicate shout entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to go ghastly pale. Senior sisters were Qing, don't. Zhuo Qing's beautiful figure was like the wind, and after she killed a few Azure Forest Trisect disciples, she was swarmed by the crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples, and she was exposed to the saber lights and sword images that covered the sky, causing her to perish. No. No. Chapter 455. Little fellow, let's go. A gust of violent wind assaulted over as the wings of the rock that were like clouds that covered the sky descended with a bang, sweeping away all the Azure Forest Trisect members around Duan Lingtian, and a terrifying force swept out, causing many people to be directly shaken unconscious. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body lighten, and it was the rock that held him up. Mo Yu. At the same time that the rock soared into the sky, Duan Lingtian's hand grabbed out like a bolt of lightning to grab onto Mo Yu who was within reach, and he pulled Mo Yu up onto the back of the rock. Escort Duan Lingtian away. The Miza Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Fector Peak's master, Ku Zhan, glanced at each other, then their figures flashed out to descend onto the rock at the same time, repelling all the Azure Forest Trisect elders that pounced over. Whoosh. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a bolt of lightning flashed over from afar, and the figure firmly descended onto the back of the rock. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale when he saw this person. Zhao Lin. The person that appeared on the back of the rock now was none other than the Megrez Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, the Zhao Lin that had an extremely great enmity with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you destroyed my son's life, I'll send you to hell right now. Zhao Lin's face revealed a frenzied expression as he waved his hand, and terrifying origin energy roared as it swept towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. In the sky above Zhao Lin, 4,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Zhao Lin had obviously broken through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Moreover, he'd exerted elementary force. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. His soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was utterly useless against Zhao Lin. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light that directly moved to intercept Zhao Lin, and the sound of rushing thunder tore through the sky. In the sky, 4,500 mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Presently, the little gold mouse had already broken through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage, and half-step advanced lightning force. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the terrifying Yuan force collided. The airflow in the air fluctuated, transforming into circular ripples that swept outwards. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions. Zhao Lin and the little gold mouse were exchanging blows, and the little gold mouse had a slight advantage. Who? Zhao Lin didn't expect that Duan Lingtian actually had an expert guarding by his side, and his face went ghastly pale. With a single glance, he saw the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and his gaze was icy cold. Little mouse, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lin raised his hand and a spirit sword appeared in his hand. He was ready to attack again. I think you're the one courting death. At this moment, an extremely terrifying force swept out and slammed into Zhao Lin, sending him flying. Zhao Lin had no power to fight back. His aura was weak, and he flew out like an arrow. Obviously, it was impossible for him to survive. Lin. Right at this moment, a roar came from the sky. After Elder Ming noticed that Zhao Lin was heavily injured and on the verge of death, the fifth-level wind concept on his body combined with his origin energy swept out to temporarily repel his opponent before flashing out to catch Zhao Lin. Zheng Fan, why did you want to kill my grandson? Elder Ming's gaze was exceedingly cold as he stared fixedly at Zheng Fan, who soared into the sky along with the rock. Earlier, it was precisely Zheng Fan that blasted Zhao Lin flying, and he didn't hold back in the slightest to shatter Zhao Lin's internal organs, causing Zhao Lin to be powerless to recover. Elder Ming, all of us from the Seven-Star Sword sect fought with our lives on the line today only for the sake of sending Duan Lingtian away. However, this grandson of yours actually tried to kill Duan Lingtian for his own benefit. Don't you think he deserves to die? Zheng Fan's gaze was exceedingly cold as he shouted out with a deep voice. Lin, is it really so? Elder Ming's face went grim as he looked at Zhao Lin, who was in his embrace, and he had an expression of disappointment. Whoosh! Elder Peng's wings that were like clouds that covered the sky swept out, giving rise to a gust of violent wind, and his enormous body flashed out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was riding on the clouds. The piercingly cold, strong wind that assaulted his face practically wanted to tear him apart. Mo Yu, who stood by his side, had an extremely unsightly expression as well. Now, for the sake of bringing them to flee, Elder Peng didn't intentionally slow down his speed and flew at full speed. Duan Lingtian, Mo Yu, live on well. The future of the Seven-Star Sword sect rests on the shoulders of the two of you. Zheng Fan and Ku Jin nodded to Duan Lingtian and Mo Yu, then they flew off from the rock to pounce towards the Azure Forest Trisect elders and started a bloody slaughter. They swore to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword sect. No. Duan Lingtian's face was livid and unsightly to the extreme when he saw Zheng Fan and Ku Jin's figures being drowned out. Shit. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered as he looked towards the distance. There was a figure swiftly flashing towards him from there, and the speed of the figure was so swift that it caused his face to go grim. Swoosh! Behind the rock, the eyes of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader that was free from the restraints of Elder Ming shot out as he flew out to follow closely behind the rock. Duan Lingtian, you're dead for sure. The voice of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was like an Azura from hell, extremely gloomy and cold. He followed the rock only for the sake of killing Duan Lingtian. It was imaginable. If Duan Lingtian didn't die today, then not to mention he wouldn't be able to be at ease, even the Azure Forest Trisect would surely be unable to have peace in the future. But unfortunately, the rock's speed was too swift, and even if he flew at full speed, the distance between them was gradually pulled apart. Damn it! The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's expression was unsightly to the extreme, yet he still desperately chased after the rock. He only gave up when the rock's figure vanished before his eyes. I actually allowed that Duan Lingtian to escape. Damnable Linghu Jin Hong, damnable Seven-Star Sword sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader abruptly turned around and returned to the peak of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Dub Peak. Grandfather! That Duan Lingtian caused our Zhao clan to have no descendants. Ku Er's treasure to carry on the family line was crippled by him as well. Grandfather, take revenge for Ku Er, take revenge for me. Zhao Lin lay in Elder Ming's embrace as he struggled to speak, and in the end, he hadn't finished speaking when he took his last breath. Lin. Elder Ming howled towards the sky, and his voice was filled with desolation. I, Zhao Ming, have devoted my entire life to the Seven-Star Sword sect. But in the end, my grandson was killed by a member of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and my great-grandson was crippled by the Seven-Star Sword sect's hope. Laughable, laughable. Ha 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 ha. Amidst his loud laughter, Elder Ming flew out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived by the side of the grey-clothed old man, Elder Xian. Presently, Elder Xian was going against the 3 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts and had gradually fallen into a disadvantaged position, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Elder Ming had arrived. But in the next moment, his expression went grim. Because Elder Ming's attack wasn't aimed at his opponent, but at him instead. Bang! Elder Ming's palm strike that contained 5th-level wind concept blasted onto Elder Xian, and it directly heavily injured Elder Xian, who wasn't on guard in the slightest. Zhao Ming, have you gone mad? Elder Xian's countenance was ghastly pale, his aura was weak, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Never had he imagined that Zhao Ming would make a move against him. Including the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, the 3 Azure Forest Trisect experts that were in battle with Elder Xian earlier were shocked by Zhao Ming's actions. After a short moment, they finally recovered from their shock. Haha. Elder Ming, so long as you help us eliminate the 7-star sword sect today, our Azure Forest Trisect is willing to take you as a guardian elder. Lu Yuan laughed loudly as the scene before him caused him to be exceedingly pleasantly surprised. Subsequently, Lu Yuan and the others attacked once more and cooperated with Zhao Ming, and they only spent a few breaths of time to annihilate Elder Xian. Elder Xian, the number 1 expert of the 7-star sword sect, had fallen. He died at the hands of 4 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts. Zhao Ming, Lu Yuan, and the others joining forces to kill Elder Xian caused Linghu Jinhong's eyes to be on the verge of splitting apart. Are you worthy of martial ancestors' fostering? Are you worthy of the sect that fostered you? Sect? Zhao Ming ridiculed. What a sect. My grandson was crippled by a member of the 7-star sword sect. My son was killed by a member of the 7-star sword sect. Since the 7-star sword sect was heartless to me, then I'll be unjust to the 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jinhong, die. As soon as Zhao Ming finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew away the clouds and mist in the horizon before sweeping towards Linghu Jinhong. The other few experts flashed towards Linghu Jinhong as well. Sect leader. Everyone from the 7-star sword sect cried out in despair and sorrow. Ha 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 ha. I, Linghu Jinhong, will go first and wait for everyone's arrival on the path to hell. All of you properly prepare to welcome the flames of rage of Duan Lingtian in the near future. Ha 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 ha. At the moment when Linghu Jinhong was blasted to death, he laughed wantonly without the slightest trace of fear, and only a stirring and tragic feeling remained, as well as his trust towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Along with Linghu Jinhong being killed, the fierce battle continued. The outcome was already decided. 7-star sword sect, annihilated. In a boundless desert extremely far away from the 7-star sword sect, an enormous figure that was incomparably swift swooped down to descend onto the boundless ground. This was a rock, and the rock's eyes were like bolts of lightning and were extremely fierce. You 2 little fellows take care of yourselves. I'll leave the future of the 7-star sword sect to the 2 of you. The rock spread out its wings and led the 2 people on its back down to the ground. The people that were led down were precisely Duan Lingtian and Mo Yu, who'd escaped from the 7-star sword sect. On Duan Lingtian's shoulder, the little gold mouse lay there listlessly. Elder Peng, you, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something when he heard the rock's voice transmission, and his face went grim. Right when he intended to dissuade the rock from staying. Whoosh! The rock spread out its wings, and it was like a cloud that covered the sky as it charged into the sky. At the same time, a voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. This life of mine was given to me by the 7-star sword sect. It's impossible for me to stay out of it and watch with folded arms when the 7-star sword sect is on the brink of destruction. Little fellow, with your natural talent, your future is limitless. You're the hope of the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh! Elder Peng left, bringing along his resolute will, the will to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian's heart shook for no reason when he saw the rock charging into the sky in the blink of an eye and vanishing before his eyes. Meanwhile, numerous figures that had generously given their lives for him couldn't help but flash within Duan Lingtian's mind, causing his eyes to once again become scarlet red. They'd all died for the sake of allowing him to live. An extremely great responsibility unknowingly pressed down onto his shoulders. Chapter 456. On the boundless earth, 2 young men of similar ages stood there, and a desolate atmosphere arose spontaneously. The 2 of them tacitly didn't speak. After a short moment, Master, Master, one of the young men knelt on the ground as he looked towards the direction of the 7-star sword sect, and his tears fell like rain. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. On the other side, Duan Lingtian stood there as he took a deep breath, and his eyes were suffused with unprecedented firmness as he looked towards the direction of the seven-star sword sect, and he secretly vowed in his heart. Sect leader, don't worry. So long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, I'll surely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisec. Besides that, I'll do my best to help Mo Yu rebuild the seven-star sword sec. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. Familiar figures appeared in his mind one after another. These were the figures of the people that were on good terms with him in the seven-star sword sect. Presently, all of them were probably doomed. I, Duan Lingtian, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll surely take revenge for all of you. If I violate this oath, then I'll be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head and pinched open his index finger, causing a drop of blood to tear through the sky and merge into the horizon. Bang! 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 9 ear-piercing thunderclaps sounded out and bore witness to the oath Duan Lingtian had made. Mo Yu knelt there without moving, and his eyes were crimson red as if they were dyed with a layer of blood. Even though he'd only become Linghu Jinhong's disciple for a year, but during this year, Linghu Jinhong had wholeheartedly fostered him, causing him to feel gratitude from the bottom of his heart. It was even to the extent that he'd already taken Linghu Jinhong to be his father in his heart. Now, it was very likely that his father had already been killed. Whereas he didn't have the ability to take revenge for his father. 8. Mo Yu howled towards the sky, and his howl was filled with extreme hatred, as if it wanted to shatter the boundless sky. Slap. Duan Lingtian walked to Mo Yu's side and lightly patted Mo Yu's shoulder. My condolences. We'll take revenge for this enmity one day. Today, what you have to do is cultivate properly. In the future, the seven-star sword sect will have to rely on you. Mo Yu's body trembled as he nodded solemnly. Yes, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder cried out twice, as the battle on the peak of the seven-star sword sect's dub peak had frightened her to a certain extent. Even though the little gold mouse's current strength wasn't bad, but compared to those existences at the level of the void initiation stage, it was still much inferior. Brother Lingtian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Those people are too evil, they actually caused us to be homeless. When I have the strength to surpass them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson and make them homeless. Mo Duan Dun Lingtian Duan. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent as he said word by word, I want to turn them into ashes. NN Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's words contained extreme hatred mixed within, and it caused Mo Yu and the little gold mouse to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Little gold, enlarge yourself and take me and Mo Yu away from here. Duan Lingtian said to little gold. Squeak squeak tilde. Little gold lightly nodded, then her tiny body trembled and instantly transformed into the size of a small hill. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage, the little gold mouse's body expanded slightly, and she was slightly taller than before. She was around 3 meters tall in the past, but she was already close to 4 meters tall now. After her body grew larger, the little gold mouse's back seemed to be especially spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian and Mo Yu. Along with the passage of time, Mo Yu restrained his tears and buried his sorrow in the depths of his heart. He knew clearly in his heart that it was just as senior brother Duan Lingtian had said. What he had to do now was cultivate diligently and take revenge for his master in the future and rebuild the seven-star sword sect. Master, don't worry. I'll surely rebuild the sect with senior brother Duan Lingtian, Mo Yu silently promised in his heart. Mo Yu took a deep breath as he glanced at the enormous gold mouse beneath him, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. As far as he was concerned, anything that was shocking occurring on senior brother Duan Lingtian wasn't surprising. Senior brother Duan Lingtian itself was sufficient to be shocking. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going? The little gold mouse sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Little gold, head south. I want to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked towards the south as he spoke. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was his route after he came to this world. There were people that were extremely important to him there. Whoosh. The little gold mouse's figure turned and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the south. Everywhere it passed, the clouds and mist split open, and it was extremely like a heavenly path that had just been opened up. Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse as he gazed at the distant boundless sky with a calm expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. As for Mo Yu, he silently sat cross-legged on the back of the little gold mouse as he cultivated, and he immersed his entire body and mind into it. This time, the Seven-Star Sword sect had suffered a calamity, and as the personal disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Mo Yu and Duan Lingtian were the same, and they shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and traveled on a Fergana horse to head to the Seven-Star Sword sect, and he spent quite a bit of time. Now, with the little gold mouse, a third-level void prying stage demon beast, traveling at full speed, it only took a few days for them to enter the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Over there, Duan Lingtian pointed towards the distance and led the way for the little gold mouse. That place was precisely the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Mom, I've returned. Duan Lingtian's face that had been stony for the past few days revealed a rare wisp of a light smile. It has been a few years. I wonder how Mom is now. Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home. After spending another day of time, Duan Lingtian had finally arrived outside the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. For the sake of not causing panic, Duan Lingtian made the little gold mouse descend at a remote place outside the imperial city, then he called out to Mo Yu and leaped down together. The little gold mouse shrunk to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she sized up the nearby city with interest. Big brother Lingtian, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, this is? Mo Yu had a curious expression as he looked at the city before him. During these past few days, he'd stayed on the little gold mouse's back to cultivate, and he utterly didn't know where the little gold mouse flew to. But he could be sure of one thing: the place the little gold mouse went was surely the place his senior brother Duan Lingtian wanted to go. This can be considered to be my hometown. Duan Lingtian smiled, as the Crimson Sky Kingdom was his hometown to him. Hometown? Mo Yu's pupils constricted, and he said with a surprised expression, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've once heard someone mention that you're from a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Could it be that it's here? Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he brought Mo Yu along as he headed towards the imperial city. This is my hometown. This is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. My home is within. Home. To Duan Lingtian, the place his mother was at was his home. The only sense of belonging he had towards his home was his mother. Only with a mother would there be a home. To him, his mother was the most important person in this world. Mo Yu nodded, and he curiously sized up the imperial city before him. This is senior brother Duan Lingtian's hometown. I wonder exactly what sort of place it is to actually be able to produce a peerless genius like senior brother Duan Lingtian. Mo Yu's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Lingtian's extraordinary natural talent was beyond doubt. After all, even when the Seven-Star Sword sect was being annihilated, the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect actually didn't hesitate to kill two disciples with decent natural talent for the sake of roping in Duan Lingtian. It could be seen from this how extraordinary Duan Lingtian was in the eyes of the three great sect leaders. Duan Lingtian walked into the imperial city, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he felt the atmosphere of the outer city. A few years had passed, but there wasn't much change in the outer city. Hey! Senior brother Duan Lingtian, your Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city has a city within a city. When they arrived outside the moat of the inner city, Mo Yu looked at the tightly closed inner city and asked with slight surprise. Yes. That's the inner city of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. At this moment, the inner city hasn't opened yet. Let's find a restaurant to eat first. After we finish eating, the inner city ought to be about to open. At that time, we'll enter the city. Duan Lingtian brought Mo Yu along to walk into a restaurant in the outer city, then he sat by the window and was able to overlook the inner city's city gate. The few dishes Duan Lingtian ordered were quickly served. Under Duan Lingtian's call, Mo Yu picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating with large mouthfuls. Squeak squeak Tilda the little gold mouse wasn't courteous in the slightest, and it wasn't long before she'd finished a large stack of fried meat. At the same time that they were eating, Duan Lingtian paid attention to his surroundings and listened to the conversations of the customers in the restaurant. I heard that the envoy of the Sun Ascent Kingdom has come with ill intent. On the surface, it's a visit between friendly kingdoms, but in reality, it's to dampen the dignity of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. I've heard of it as well. Supposedly, the envoy of the Sun Ascent Kingdom has brought the 3 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. The strongest has even stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. In the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior Marquis, Nai Fen, is the strongest. But the junior Marquis's cultivation seems to have only broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage not long ago. I'm afraid he's not a match for the young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. Supposedly, the strongest young genius of the Sun Ascent Kingdom is a few years older than the junior Marquis. Even if he defeats the junior Marquis, it would be an unfair victory. But unfortunately, besides the junior Marquis, there's practically no other capable figure in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Xiao clans Xiao Yu, Xiao Zun, and the Imperial family, Duan clan, and Su clan all have a few people with good natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young and their strengths aren't sufficient to suppress the 3 great young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. The customers at the table near Duan Lingtian discussed endlessly. Sun Ascent Kingdom. Chapter 457. After they finished eating, the city gates of the inner city of the Imperial City opened on time. Duan Lingtian put down the silver and paid the bill before leaving the restaurant and entering the inner city with Mo Yu. The inner city was the same as the outer city, and there weren't many changes compared to a few years ago. Following the familiar path all the way to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, faster and faster. Presently, he was simply even more nervous than when facing a void initiation stage expert. Homesick. These words described Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a courtyard house. This courtyard house was something he'd personally bought that day. The scenes of the past were still vivid in his mind, as if it was yesterday. Duan Lingtian stood before the door of the courtyard house and raised his hand, yet didn't bring it down for a long time. Mo Yu and the little gold mouse were able to feel the heavy atmosphere, so they maintained silence and didn't disturb Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before bringing his hand down and knocking on the door. Knock, knock. After knocking twice, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, as he was able to hear a wave of footsteps approaching. In next to no time, the door was opened, and a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Young master. Behind the door, the young woman was stunned for a moment when she saw Duan Lingtian, then she had an excited expression as she cried out in pleasant surprise. Jing, are you? Long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the young woman. The young woman before him was none other than the manager that Duan Lingtian found all those years ago for his courtyard house. Jing, are you? Young master, if the madam knew that you've returned, she would surely be extremely happy. Jing Er Yu calmed down her excitement after a long time, then spoke with a light smile. How's my mother been recently? Duan Lingtian had an anxious expression when he heard Jing Er Yu mention his mother. Don't worry, young master, the madam is very well. Princess Biao and young Miss Xiaolan would come to see the madam every few days, and this hasn't changed in these past few years. So the madam has never been lonely. Jing Er Yu spoke slowly. It's been hard on them. Duan Lingtian nodded. After introducing Jingru and Mo Yu to each other, he walked into the house. Jingru, we'll be staying here for a while this time. Help Mo Yu clean up a room. Duan Lingtian ordered Jingru. Yes. Jing Er Yu responded respectfully and left with Mo Yu. Little Jin, go play by yourself. Don't go too far. I'm going to see my mother. Duan Lingtian informed the little golden mouse. After the little golden mouse left his shoulder, he walked towards the backyard. The flowers and plants in the backyard had changed a lot. After all, a few years had passed. Duan Lingtian walked into the rear courtyard and saw the graceful figure watering the plants there with a single glance. The familiar figure caused his heart to tremble. Finally, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, suppressed the uncontrollable excitement in his heart, and slowly said, "Mother. Mother." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he saw the graceful figure in the distance tremble abruptly. Immediately after, the graceful figure turned around, revealing a devastatingly beautiful figure and face. Tian. A few years had passed, and Li Ru didn't seem to have changed much, but her beautiful eyes seemed to have experienced a bit more. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian, her face was filled with excitement, and her body started trembling slightly. "Mother, this unfilial son has returned." Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and knelt before Li Ru, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, as he looked at Li Ru's face that was gradually experiencing the vicissitudes of life, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled with excitement, and his eyes were moist as he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. Although he had possessed Duan Lingtian's body by accident, but all these years, Li Ru had done so much for him, and he had long regarded Li Ru as his own mother, and there was nothing unnatural about it. After so many years, seeing Li Ru again, his heart trembled, and at the same time, he was like a child who had lost his way, and had once again found a bright light to guide him forward. "Tian, what are you doing? It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Li Ru hurriedly helped Duan Lingtian up, and stood on her tiptoes to look at Duan Lingtian's face, muttering to herself, "You've grown up, my Tian has grown up." "Mother." Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged Li Ru tightly, and the tears in his eyes couldn't be held back any longer, and flowed down. A man doesn't cry easily, and it's only because he hasn't reached the point of sorrow. Li Ru lightly patted Duan Lingtian's back, and her pitilessly beautiful face revealed a gratified smile. The mother and son separated after a long time. "Tian, where's Ke and Fei?" Li Ru looked behind Duan Lingtian, and after she noticed there was no one there, she asked. Duan Lingtian was able to see Li Ru's eyes that were filled with yearning, and he lightly smiled. "Mother, Ke and little Fei went on a long journey with the seniors of the sect some time ago. They'll come back to see you after they've finished with their business." At the same time that he spoke, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Presently, the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword sect was already a foregone conclusion. It wouldn't be long before the news of the Seven-Star Sword sect's annihilation would probably spread throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiong, would surely receive the news, and she would surely not return to the Seven-Star Sword sect. "I hope Ke and little Fei can return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom as soon as possible." Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. He'd already made a decision that he would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for a period of time after returning this time and wait for Ke and little Fei to return. He believed that after they found out about the news of the Seven-Star Sword sect's annihilation, Ke and Li Fei would surely return. This place was their roots as well. Good. Li Ru didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words, and she held Duan Lingtian's hand before pulling Duan Lingtian into the pergola to sit down. "Tian, tell mother. How did you get through these past few years?" Obviously, Li Ru was filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's experiences in these past few years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and besides the matter of the Seven-Star Sword sect being annihilated, he didn't conceal anything else and spoke of it one by one. Li Ru listened seriously. Every time she heard of a thrilling part, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. She never imagined that in a short few years, this son of hers had actually experienced so much, and there were even many times where he'd passed by the gates of hell. "Tian." Li Ru held Duan Lingtian's hand, as if she was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would leave if she let go. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the wetness that came from Li Ru's hand, and he knew that his mother was worried about him, and he couldn't help but console. "Mother, don't worry. Aren't I fine now? Your son's luck is great, and when it's necessary, he'll surely be able to turn misfortune into fortune." Li Ru lightly nodded, but the worry contained within her beautiful eyes didn't reduce in the slightest. "Mother, this is the 10,000-year stalactite milk I spoke of earlier." Duan Lingtian withdrew 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and passed them to Li Ru. Mother, after consuming this 10,000-year stalactite milk, your natural talent will increase to the limits of a martial artist in Cloud Continent. At that time, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. At the same time that he passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Li Ru, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and swept towards Li Ru. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes opened wide. Mother! You've actually broken through to the third level of the nascent soul stage? After Duan Lingtian detected Li Ru's current cultivation, he had a surprised expression. The advancement of Li Ru's cultivation had slightly exceeded his expectations. If Mother doesn't cultivate diligently, then wouldn't I be completely surpassed by you and Kerr, those two little girls? At that time, how would Mother protect the two of you? Li Ru's words were simple, but Duan Lingtian was able to feel the hardships contained within. He knew clearly in his heart. Besides the contribution of the top cultivation method, demonic beauty divine technique, that he passed down to her all those years ago, the reason his mother's cultivation advanced so quickly was mostly because of her own hard work. His mother had surely cultivated extremely painstakingly these past few years. Mother, you don't have to be like this. So long as you properly enjoy life and live happily, I'll be satisfied. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his voice slightly trembled. Silly child. Li Ru lightly shook her head and smiled. In any case, Mother usually has nothing to do, so it's not a bad thing to cultivate more. Also, I passed down that Shenqiu divine technique to Yarrow and Lan You won't blame Mother, right? As she finished speaking, Li Ru looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with ambiguity. Of course not. Since I've passed down that cultivation method to Mother, then Mother can deal with it however you like. So long as Mother is happy. Duan Lingtian disregarded the ambiguity in Li Ru's eyes and lightly smiled as he spoke. He naturally knew who the Yarrow and Lan his mother spoke of were, and it was none other than Princess by Yarrow and Xiao Lan. When he thought of those two outstanding women that were beautiful like flowers and had looks that weren't inferior to Kerr and Little Fei, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, being too charming seemed to not be a good thing. Li Ru shook her head helplessly. She could tell that her son was avoiding it. When she thought of those two lovely women that had always been silently guarding by her side and waiting for Duan Lingtian, Li Ru couldn't help but feel pity in her heart. Tian, Mother knows that your heart is with Kerr and Fei. However, Yarrow and Lan, Mother doesn't wish for you to hurt them. Do you understand? Mother, I understand. I'll find a time to tell them. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. Perhaps it was time for some things to be resolved. He couldn't let those two beautiful women wait for him for their entire lives in vain. That's good. A smile appeared on Li Ru's face, and then she asked, Right, Tian. How long do you intend to stay this time? As Li Ru spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. From her personal point of view, she naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to stay at home for a longer period of time. As the saying goes, when a son travels 1,000 miles, his mother is worried. I don't know for now. But I'll try my best to stay longer and accompany Mother. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with warmth, and his heart had completely calmed down after he returned home. The boundless restlessness that arose from the Seven-Star Sword sect being annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect had been completely suppressed at this moment, and it was buried in the deepest depths of his heart. Chapter 458. Yes, Mom. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if Li Ru didn't say anything, he would still go to the Divine Might Marquis estate to pay a visit to the Divine Might Marquis, Nai Yuan. In the past, Nai Yuan had given him too much help on his path of growth. He'd always engraved this kindness in his heart. On that day, Duan Lingtian accompanied his mother, Li Ru, for an entire day, and only at dawn on the second day did he leave with the little gold mouse and head towards the Divine Might Marquis estate. During these past few years, the guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate had changed many batches of guards, so they didn't recognize Duan Lingtian. However, when the guards saw Duan Lingtian's extraordinary bearing, they didn't dare be disrespectful and asked politely, Young master, may I know why you've come to our Divine Might Marquis estate? Please help me pass on the message that Duan Lingtian requests an audience with the Divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the guards as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian? Unexpectedly, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the faces of the guards went pale. You're Duan Lingtian? What? Is there someone impersonating me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No. Young Master Lingtian, please follow me, please follow me. One of the guards hurriedly shook his head, not daring to let Duan Lingtian wait outside, and he brought Duan Lingtian into the Divine Might Marquis estate. The other few guards that stayed behind looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure, and their faces slightly flushed red. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes did they finally react and look at each other. I've heard of this young Master Lingtian since long ago. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. Supposedly, he was once the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. That day before I entered the Divine Might Marquis estate, young Master Lingtian's reputation was like thunder piercing my ears. The rare strategic genius of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, and he didn't expend a single soldier to destroy the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city. Not only that, his natural talent in the martial Dao is even unprecedented in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's said that young Master Lingtian is also an alchemist. Supposedly, young Master Lingtian is also a weapons craftsman. He once bet his life on weapons refinement with someone in the Swallow Mountain County's county city, and he forcefully crippled a large clan in the Swallow Mountain County's county city. Even now, the legends of young Master Lingtian are still spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. I truly never imagined that I would be able to see young Master Lingtian in my lifetime. I've truly lived a life that wasn't in vain. I heard that young Master Lingtian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom later on and joined one of those formidable sects. He probably returned this time for the sake of visiting his family. I've long heard that our Divine Might Marquis estate has an extremely good relationship with young Master Lingtian. Now, the news of young Master Lingtian's return hasn't spread out, yet has already come to our Divine Might Marquis estate. This is sufficient to show the importance of our Divine Might Marquis estate in young Master Lingtian's heart. The guards discussed animatedly, and the more they spoke, the more excited they became. Duan Lingtian followed the guard and quickly arrived outside the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall. From afar, Duan Lingtian was able to see that within the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall, there was a figure walking back and forth, and the figure seemed to be extremely anxious. After stopping the guard that wanted to report Duan Lingtian's arrival, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to him. I'll go in myself. Thank you for your trouble. Young Master Lingtian, you're too kind. When facing the courteous Duan Lingtian, the guard had a flattered expression as he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian walked in large strides towards the audience hall. Meanwhile, he saw two robust figures. The robust middle-aged man stood within the audience hall, seeming to be calm. The other young man was walking back and forth, seeming to have encountered something that caused him to be extremely troubled. Big Brother Nai, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian didn't inform him beforehand and directly walked in large strides into the audience hall as he laughed heartily. Who is it? Duan Lingtian's silent appearance alarmed the two people within the audience hall, causing their faces to go pale. Two fierce gazes swept towards Duan Lingtian at the same time. In next to no time, when these two gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, they instantly melted. Little Tian. The Divine Might Marquis Nai Yuan, who stood deep within the audience hall, was the first to react, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Although a few years had passed, Duan Lingtian's appearance hadn't changed much, and he'd only matured slightly. Little Tian, it's really you. Nai Fen, who was walking back and forth earlier, had stopped when he saw Duan Lingtian appear, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Uncle Nai, Big Brother Nai. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Nai Yuan and Nai Fen. Long time no see. Ha ha. Little Tian, when did you return? Nai Yuan walked up in pleasant surprise, and he asked as he walked. I just returned yesterday. Duan Lingtian smiled. Little Tian, you really came back at the right time. This time, Let me see how complacent that Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy is. So what if he's at the first level of the nascent soul stage? Compared to you, little Tien, he's surely inferior to trash. Nai Fen had an excited expression, and as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into disdain. Sun Ascent Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Looks like what he heard in the restaurant today was true. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy had brought along 3 outstanding young geniuses from the Sun Ascent Kingdom with the intention of challenging the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and wanted to use this to bring down the dignity of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Little Tien, what's your cultivation now? Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. That day, before Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he'd revealed pitilessly monstrous natural talent, and in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be said to be unprecedented. Now, a few years had passed, and as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian, who had joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and possessed an even better cultivation environment, had surely grown to an extent that was sufficient to shock him. Father, I've already stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage now. With little Tien's natural talent, he's surely surpassed me now. Dealing with the young geniuses brought by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy is extremely easy. Little Tien, you ought to have at least broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage now, right? Nai Fen's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian, and as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then abruptly took a step forward. Origin energy raged on his body as it rose up. Whoosh! Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and more ancient mammoth silhouettes gathered. After a short moment, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes stopped increasing. 8. The strength of 800 ancient mammoth. Nai Yuan looked at the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and he had an astonished expression as his heartbeat quickened. Although he'd guessed since long ago that Duan Lingtian's current strength was sufficient to shock him to the extreme, he never imagined that it would be so shocking. In a short few years, this nephew of his had already broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If he didn't remember wrongly, this nephew of his seemed to be only 23 years old this year, right? 6th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 23. What sort of monster was this? Even Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, the number 1 figure in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, seemed to have only just broken through to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage when he was 27 years old. Compared to Duan Lingtian, the accomplishments of his father, Duan Rufeng, were completely not worth mentioning. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Nai Fen stood on the spot, dumbstruck, and his mouth was unable to close for a long time. Similar to Nai Yuan, he was completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. A 23-year-old 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. He didn't even know what words to use to describe Duan Lingtian. Monstrous or abnormal seemed to already be unsuitable for the current Duan Lingtian. A pervert among perverts. In the end, Nai Fen finally thought of a word that could describe Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian possessed such accomplishments at such an age, and calling him abnormal amongst abnormal wasn't the slightest bit excessive. After a long time, Nai Yuan and Nai Fen returned to their senses. Little Tien, you must enter the palace with me tomorrow and properly teach that 1st level nascent soul stage young genius that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought over. Let him experience the true genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nai Fen looked at Duan Lingtian and rubbed his palms together, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian completely crushing the young genius brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador. You don't cultivate properly and your skill is inferior, yet you want to use little Tien to teach him a lesson. Don't you feel ashamed? Nai Yuan looked at Nai Fen and grunted coldly. Nai Fen laughed bitterly. Father, it's not like you didn't see. Forget about the other 2 people brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador. In terms of age, that 1st level nascent soul stage martial artist is a few years older than me. If I was the same age as him, I guarantee to completely crush him. Age? Nai Yuan glared angrily at Nai Fen. You still have the nerve to speak of age. Then do you want to compete in age with little Tien? The gap between you and little Tien seems to be even greater than the gap between you and the person brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, right? Father, you. Aren't you bullying me by comparing little Tien with me? Nai Fen was completely helpless. Comparing himself with Duan Lingtian was completely looking for a beating. This was something he was already well aware of all those years ago. Uncle Nai, Big Brother Nai, what's actually going on with that Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Even though he'd heard of the matter of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador intentionally provoking them, yet he didn't know the sequence of events. Actually, it's not a big deal. Nai Yuan said slowly. That Sun Ascent Kingdom is a kingdom adjacent to the west of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and it's always lived in harmony with our Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, the Sun Ascent Kingdom sent over an ambassador, and we originally thought it was only a visit between friendly kingdoms, yet we never imagined that he actually proposed a suggestion of allowing the young geniuses of the two kingdoms to have a friendly match on the spot. It wasn't good for His Majesty to object, so he agreed. During these past few days, there was news that spread out that one of the three young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador had actually broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage. When he spoke up to hear, Nai Yuan sighed. Originally, it wasn't a big deal even if we lost. The problem is that His Majesty and the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador actually used 3 years of taxes as the wager for this friendly martial competition. That Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador obviously came prepared and set a trap for His Majesty. But, he probably never imagined even in his dreams that you would return, little Tien. Chapter 459. All those years ago, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could be considered to be like the sun that shot into the sky. Perhaps there weren't many people in those formidable imperial kingdoms that had heard of Duan Lingtian, but the few kingdoms in the surroundings of the Crimson Sky Kingdom similarly spread legends about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a legend in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As far as Nai Fen was concerned, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, the first-level nascent soul stage young genius that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought over was utterly insufficient. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian only needed a single finger to knock the young genius down. No. Big Brother Nai, I'm not participating in the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he wasn't the slightest bit interested in the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of the two kingdoms. As far as he was concerned, participating in the friendly martial competition with his current cultivation was simply bullying others. Not participating? Nai Fen was stunned, then laughed bitterly. Little Tien, if you don't participate, then our Crimson Sky Kingdom will lose for sure this time. Once we lose, our Crimson Sky Kingdom will have to pay 3 years of taxes. The taxes of the Crimson Sky Kingdom for 3 years was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. No matter who it was, they would feel their hearts ache. Little Tien, I know you've joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now and stand at a different height, so you don't take the people that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought seriously. But, the friendly martial competition this time isn't only related to the face of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, it's also related to the taxes of our Crimson Sky Kingdom for 3 years. Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. This time, Uncle Nai hopes that you can lend a hand and help our Crimson Sky Kingdom out of this predicament. If our Crimson Sky Kingdom loses 3 years of taxes to the Sun Ascent Kingdom, then it's extremely likely that the Sun Ascent Kingdom will utilize these taxes to strengthen their army and use them to attack our kingdom. At that time, the people will surely be unable to make a living. I presume that you're unwilling to see the citizens of the Crimson Sky Kingdom fall into the flames of war and become homeless, right? As he finished speaking, Nai Yuan's expression was extremely serious. Uncle Nai. Duan Lingtian was instantly unable to endure Nai Yuan's long speech. I think you've misunderstood. I only said that I won't participate in the friendly martial competition, and I didn't say that I won't help the Crimson Sky Kingdom win the bet this time. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly when he reached the end of his sentence. Little Tien, what do you mean? If you don't participate in the friendship through martial arts, how are we going to win this bet? Nai Yuan and his son both had puzzled looks on their faces. You'll know when the time comes. Oh right, Uncle Nai, Big Brother Nai, when will the friendly martial arts competition take place? Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously, then he asked Nai Yuan and Nai Fen. What a coincidence, it's tomorrow. Nai Yuan said, at that time, the martial gathering will be carried out within the imperial palace. His Majesty and the special envoy of the Sun Ascent Kingdom will be present personally. Not only that, but the young geniuses of the imperial family and the 3 great clans will also be present. Tomorrow? That's indeed a coincidence. I'll come to the Divine Might Marquis estate early in the morning tomorrow, and I'll enter the imperial palace with all of you at that time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Uncle Nai, is Grandpa Nai here? Duan Lingtian looked at Nai Yuan and asked. Since he'd come to the Divine Might Marquis estate now, he naturally had to go see the senior Marquis to show courtesy. Father went on a long journey some time ago. Nai Yuan shook his head, and he was extremely happy in his heart that Duan Lingtian was still able to remember his father. Little Tian, how exactly are you going to help us win the bet with the Sun Ascent Kingdom? Nai Fen's curious eyes spun as he asked impatiently. Big Brother Nai, you'll know tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shrugged and intentionally kept Nai Yuan guessing. Even though Nai Fen's heart was itching to know, but since Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say, he had no other choice but to wait for the arrival of the friendly martial competition tomorrow. Little Tian, I heard that the cultivation environment of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is extremely good. Is this true? Little Tian, have you seen a void initiation stage expert in the few years you've been in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Little Tian, you. Subsequently, Nai Fen ceaselessly asked Duan Lingtian about the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he seemed as if he utterly didn't know what exhaustion and annoyance were. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to endure it, and he hurriedly bid farewell and left. When he left, it was no different than fleeing. Nai Yuan and Nai Fen sent Duan Lingtian out of the door, and when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes, Nai Fen muttered with slight unwillingness. I haven't finished asking. Enough, you still want to ask now? Little Tian was scared away by you. Nai Yuan glared angrily at Nai Fen. Nai Fen laughed slightly embarrassedly, then his eyes spun as he muttered. Earlier, when I asked Little Tian a question. Father, you seemed to be extremely interested as well, right? Why are you blaming me now? What did you say? How good was Nai Yuan's hearing? He faintly heard Nai Fen's soft muttering, and he glared angrily at Nai Fen as he asked with a raised voice. No. Nothing. Nai Fen was instantly terrified when he saw this. In the outside world, he was the junior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a general that was the champion of the 3 armies, and was respected by a myriad of officers. But at home, before his father, the Divine Might Marquis, he would forever be a little kid. After Duan Lingtian left the Divine Might Marquis estate, he didn't go anywhere else and directly returned to his own courtyard house. After returning to his courtyard house, Duan Lingtian had only just walked into the rear courtyard when he heard a wave of light laughter that was pleasing to the ear. Xiaolan. Duan Lingtian discerned who the owner of the voice was, and his brows raised. In the pergola in the rear courtyard, the young woman that sat opposite Li Ru had soft and smooth long hair that was like a waterfall that flew down and fluttered with the wind. Her drop-dead gorgeous face seemed as if it had been meticulously sculpted. Xiaolan sat there with an elegant bearing, as if she had transformed into a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the rear courtyard when Xiaolan noticed him and looked over, and a wisp of joy appeared on her pillously beautiful face as she stood up in a slightly sorry state. You've returned. Xiaolan glanced at Duan Lingtian, then lowered her head shyly, as if she was a child that had been caught stealing candy. Xiaolan, long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Xiaolan, as he was able to discern that his mother didn't tell Xiaolan about his return beforehand. Yeah, long time no see. It's good that you've returned. Aunt Ru has missed you these past few years. Xiaolan lightly nodded, and only when Duan Lingtian came over to sit down did she sit down once again. Her hazy eyes that were like clear water would occasionally sneak a glance at the man before her. After not seeing him for a few years, the man had become even more mature and charming. Unknowingly, Xiao Lan's beautiful face was dyed with a wisp of crimson red, and it was extremely beautiful and moving. Tian, you've gone to see your uncle Nai? Li Ru noticed the subtle changes in Xiao Lan after Duan Lingtian appeared, and she sighed in her heart, then looked at Duan Lingtian and avoided the topic. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and Uncle Nai is still so healthy. When do you intend to go to the Duan clan and Imperial Palace? Li Ru asked again. If it's the Duan clan, then in 2 days. I'll rest today. I still have to make a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate tomorrow morning, then I'll follow Uncle Nai and Big Brother Nai into the Imperial Palace and see His Majesty on the way. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Is it for the matter of making friends with the young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom through martial arts? Obviously, Li Ru knew of this matter as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a short moment, Li Ru glanced at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Xiao Lan who sat nearby, and then she stood up. Both of you haven't met for a long time, have a good chat. I'll return to my room to cultivate first. After she finished speaking, Li Ru heaved a sigh of relief and left the rear courtyard. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and Xiao Lan remained in the pergola in the rear courtyard, sitting opposite each other. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Xiao Lan who spoke first. Have Ke and Li Fei returned with you? Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. They've gone on a long journey with the seniors of the sect, and they'll probably only return together after a period of time. Yes. Xiao Lan lightly nodded. Have you been well these past few years? When Xiao Lan saw Duan Lingtian not reacting for a long time after answering her question, she secretly called him a blockhead in her heart before taking the initiative to speak. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd never felt that he was a clumsy person, but now, when facing Xiao Lan, his feelings were extremely complicated. It was impossible to say that he didn't have a good impression of Xiao Lan. Since ancient times, heroes loved beautiful women. He knew that although he wasn't a hero, he didn't have much resistance towards a beauty like Xiao Lan. It was even to the extent that when he saw Xiao Lan for the first time in Aurora City during the Hidden Dragon Rankings gathering held by the Xiao clan, he couldn't help but be shocked, and he had a rather good impression of this young woman that was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. If it wasn't for Ke and Li Fei, perhaps he would take the initiative to pursue Xiao Lan. As for feelings, they could be slowly nurtured, just like Li Fei back then. However, now, because he already had Ke and Li Fei by his side, Duan Lingtian imperceptibly shouldered an extremely great responsibility. He had to consider the feelings of the two young women. Of course, even though it was like this, it didn't mean that Duan Lingtian wouldn't marry a third woman in his lifetime. He just wouldn't be as unrestrained as before. If they were really fated, and the time had arrived, he wouldn't miss it. But up until now, the fate between him and Xiao Lan had obviously not arrived at that extent. Subsequently, Xiao Lan asked Duan Lingtian many things about the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, she was filled with yearning towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I truly envy Ke and Li Fei, being able to always accompany by your side and accompany you to wander the world. Xiao Lan had an expression of envy. Always accompany by my side. Xiao Lan's words caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of embarrassment. In these past few years, the time he'd spent with Ke and Li Fei seemed to be less than a month. Chapter 460. The morning passed by quietly. As noon approached, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Lan were almost always Xiao Lan asking questions and Duan Lingtian answering. Xiao Lan. In the end, Duan Lingtian secretly gritted his teeth and prepared to go straight to the point. When Xiao Lan heard Duan Lingtian call her, her beautiful face was dyed with a crimson red, and her autumn eyes flowed with light and were as gentle as water. I can't deny that you're very outstanding. But, Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Lan and hesitated to speak. Xiao Lan's delicate body trembled slightly as she asked softly, is it because of Ke and Li Fei? Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. If it wasn't for them, speaking up to here, Xiao Lan's breathing became slightly hurried. I'll pursue you. Duan Lingtian didn't hide it and said directly. That's enough. Xiao Lan's face revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. This way, at least it proves that I still have a certain amount of weight in your eyes. It's just that we met a little later. Speaking up to here, Xiao Lan stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian, and said softly, It was Aunt Ru who asked you to find me to cut the Gordian knot, right? I know Aunt Ru is doing it for my own good. But, sometimes, once a woman has set her mind on a man, she won't easily change it, no matter how long it takes. No matter what, since I, Xiao Lan, have set my mind on you in this life, then I'll never change my mind until death. Even if we don't have a result in this life, I'm willing to silently accompany Aunt Ru, just for the chance to see you a few more times. I'll let you know that what I can do for you is no less than Ke and Li Fei. After speaking, Xiao Lan turned around and left. Her graceful back seemed lonely and desolate. Only when Xiao Lan's back disappeared before his eyes did Duan Lingtian come back to his senses, and he had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that Xiao Lan actually had the thought of not marrying for the rest of her life for him. Moreover, she was determined to do so. This made him feel guilty and helpless. What did I, Duan Lingtian, do to deserve this? He. Big brother Lingtian, that big sister was very nice to you. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it contained slight teasing mixed within. What do kids know? Go play somewhere else. Duan Lingtian grabbed the little gold mouse and casually tossed it out, then he left the rear courtyard and returned to his room to cultivate. The little gold mouse stood in midair as her jade-green eyes gazed at Duan Lingtian's back, and her gaze was filled with craftiness and ridicule. Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, he couldn't get into the right state. Xiao Lan's words today affected him greatly, causing him to be unable to calm down for a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian simply stopped cultivating and lay down to sleep. After waking up, he ate, and after eating, he slept. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and Mo Yu as he walked out of his house and headed to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Not long after, Duan Lingtian, Mo Yu, and the Divine Might Marquis father and son boarded a carriage that headed towards the Imperial Palace. Little Tian, what exactly do you plan to do? Nai Fen looked at Duan Lingtian and asked slightly anxiously. If you don't make a move, how will we win? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He looked at Mo Yu who was by his side and said slowly, Big brother Nai, I won't make a move today, but it doesn't mean that Mo Yu won't make a move. Don't worry, leave that first-level nascent soul stage young genius to Mo Yu. When they heard Duan Lingtian, it wasn't only Nai Fen, Nai Yuan looked at Mo Yu as well. Even though Duan Lingtian had introduced Mo Yu earlier, when they saw Mo Yu being reverent and respectful to Duan Lingtian, they only thought that Mo Yu was only a junior brother that Duan Lingtian had brought back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to play, and ought to not have any strength. After all, Mo Yu's age looked to be similar to Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, even if it was a person that came from a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would probably not be strong at such an age. After all, not everyone was Duan Lingtian. However, Nai Yuan and Nai Fen still chose to believe Duan Lingtian in the end. Duan Lingtian had never let them down. When he arrived at the Imperial Palace once again, Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Today, the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom would be carried out in the Imperial Garden behind the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian brought Mo Yu along and first went to see the Emperor in the throne room with Nai Yuan and Nai Fen. After not seeing each other for a few years, not only did the Emperor not show any signs of aging, he was even more spirited. Commander Duan. The Emperor's eyes squinted when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. I was still talking to Bai Yarrow last night that if you were able to return at this time, then the ambassador of the Sun Ascent Kingdom would surely return in low spirits this time. I never imagined that you would really return. Your Majesty, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian congratulated the emperor. Earlier, when he saw the emperor for the first time, his acute spiritual force had already detected the emperor's current cultivation. The emperor had obviously already broken through to the void prying stage. Void prying stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Nai Yuan and Nai Fen were both shocked. Obviously, they didn't know beforehand that the emperor had broken through to the void prying stage. After all, they didn't possess a formidable spiritual force like Duan Lingtian that was capable of prying into the cultivation of others. Congratulations, Your Majesty. For a time, Nai Yuan and Nai Fen hurriedly congratulated the emperor. A flowing light flashed within the emperor's eyes, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with surprise. Commander Duan, you've really surprised me. After all, besides me, there isn't a second person that knows that I've broken through to the void prying stage. You've just returned and discerned my cultivation with a single glance. Looks like Commander Duan's gains during these few years in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are not small. Your Majesty is too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Besides that, I'm not the commander of the embroidered uniform guard anymore. Your Majesty should directly call me by my name in the future. In my eyes, you'll always be that Commander Duan that eliminated the rebels for me and made great contributions. The emperor spoke with a serious expression. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't persist. Your Majesty, it ought to be about time now. Let's go over first. All right. The emperor nodded, and under the escort of the crowd of imperial palace guards, he headed towards the imperial garden with Duan Lingtian and the others. Within the imperial garden, besides the large empty space in the middle, it was divided into a total of 6 large seating areas. Within each of the seating areas was a luxurious carpet and exquisite tables and chairs, and many fine wine and delicacies were placed on the tables. Amongst these luxurious carpets, the one on the east was the largest, and it was obviously the seat of the host. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived with the emperor, there were already many people seated at 4 of the seating areas. His Majesty has arrived. Along with a shocked shout. The people at the 4 seating areas stood up one after another and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Take your seats. Divine Might Marquis, you and the Junior Marquis take your seats as well. Commander Duan, you'll sit by my side today. After the emperor sat at the seat of the host, he slowly spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian nodded and sat at the right side of the emperor. Mo Yu, you go over with my uncle Nai and big brother Nai. At the same time, Duan Lingtian asked Mo Yu and Nai Yuan to sit at a seat below his current seat. That was precisely the seat reserved for the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a wave of surprised exclamations sounded out from the other 3 seating areas. The people at the 3 seating areas were respectively the members of the 3 great clans of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans and the young geniuses they brought along. The 2 young men at the Xiao clan's seating area looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with excited expressions. Xiao Yu, long time no see. Xiao Yu, I never imagined that you've actually broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian communicated with the 2 of them via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, when did you return? Xiao Yu asked via voice transmission. As for Xiao Zun, his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and was unable to condense voice transmission, so he could only sit by Xiao Yu's side and be anxious. I just returned the day before yesterday. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and he was rather happy in his heart when he saw his 2 good friends of the past once again. Xiao Zun, let's have a good get-together after the martial competition ends. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Zun, who sat by Xiao Yu's side and was glaring at him as he spoke via voice transmission. Xiao Zun hurriedly nodded when he heard this, and his face finally revealed a smile. Looks like I have to quickly break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage as well. Being unable to condense voice transmission at this critical moment is truly worrying. Xiao Zun silently thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the gazes of the patriarchs of the Duan clan, Su clan, and Xiao clan descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were both surprised and delighted by Duan Lingtian's appearance. "Princess Bai Yarrow has arrived." A voice abruptly sounded out, breaking the silence of the scene. Right at this moment, a graceful and beautiful figure walked over with graceful steps. The young woman wore luxurious clothes, had a peerless appearance, and a natural bearing. She was like a beauty that walked out from a painting, causing others to be unable to arouse the thought of profaning her. Princess Bai Yarrow. Instantly, besides the seat of the host, the people at the other 5 seats all stood up and bowed to the young woman. However, these people that stood up weren't able to obtain a reply from the young woman for a long time. Only because, at this moment, the young woman's gaze had completely descended onto one person, Duan Lingtian. "Princess, long time no see." Duan Lingtian slowly stood up and looked at Princess Bai Yarrow with a light smile on his face. Princess Bai Yarrow's clear eyes that were like water were slightly moist, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. At this moment, it was as if only Duan Lingtian remained in her world. Was she dreaming? The person that she yearned for in her dreams had returned. "Everyone, please have a seat." The emperor didn't have any intention of blaming Princess Bai Yarrow for her lack of manners, and he lightly smiled as he looked at the numerous people that still stood there. "My daughter has been lacking in manners. I hope everyone doesn't take offense. Your Majesty, Crimson Sky Kingdom's Princess Bai Yarrow is really, as the rumors say, devastatingly beautiful. Princess Bai Yarrow fully deserves the title of the #1 beauty in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city." A middle-aged man with a robust figure sighed as he sat on the other side of the seat of the host where Duan Lingtian and the emperor sat today. "Envoy, you're too kind." Chapter 461. Finally, Princess Bai Yarrow withdrew her gaze and sat at the left side of the emperor. But her beautiful eyes that were like water still couldn't refrain from occasionally sneaking glances at Duan Lingtian. That handsome face that had haunted her dreams had appeared countless times in the middle of the night. Now, it had truly appeared in front of her eyes. It caused her feelings to rise and fall, and she was unable to calm down for a long time. Presently, Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yarrow sat at the 2 sides of the emperor, and when looked at from afar, they were simply like a pair of golden boy and jade girl made in heaven. At this moment, everything in the surroundings seemed to be overshadowed by them. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his gaze calmly descended onto the middle-aged man, and he thought in his heart, "Is that Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy?" Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at the other 3 people beside the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy. These were 3 young men, and the oldest was around the age of 35. The youngest was around the age of 30. Presently, the burning gazes of these 3 people descended onto Princess Bai Yarrow, and it was as if their gazes had grown roots. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain when he saw this. "These are the 3 great young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom?" Not to mention anything else, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, it would be difficult for these 3 people to have great accomplishments in their entire lifetimes. "Respected Crimson Sky Emperor, now that everyone has arrived, can the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of our Sun Ascent Kingdom and your Crimson Sky Kingdom begin? I already can't wait to experience the graceful bearing of the young geniuses of your noble kingdom." The youngest young man beside the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy looked at the emperor as he spoke with slight urgency. The emperor hadn't spoken when another young man around the age of 32 or 33 beside the young man couldn't help but laugh. "I think you're wanting to experience the graceful bearing of the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom is fake, and your real intention is to show off before the beautiful princess, right? Me. Could it be that you don't want to?" The former grunted coldly and wasn't courteous in the slightest to his companion. "Amongst the 3 of us, your strength is the weakest. Let me see how you embarrass yourself before the beautiful princess." The latter's words were full of mockery. "Since the geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom are already impatient, then I announce that the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of my Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom officially begins today." The emperor's face was calm as he slowly announced. Whoosh! As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the figure of the youngest young man in the Sun Ascent Kingdom flashed, and he stood on the empty space between the 6 seats. "My name is Jarmu. I've long heard that the Crimson Sky Kingdom is filled with young experts. Is anyone willing to come up and give me some pointers? Jarmu's gaze swept past the young geniuses in the various seats of the Crimson Sky Kingdom as he slowly spoke. His words were filled with provocation. I'll take care of you. Beside the Su clan's patriarch, a Su clan disciple around the age of 27 or 28 flew out to stand in confrontation with Jarmu. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Su clan, Su Yi. The Su family's disciple nodded at Jarmu and said slowly, although this is the first time I've come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I've heard of your Su clan during these few days that I've been in the Imperial City. I know that the Su clan is one of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City. Today, let me experience the strength of the Su clan disciples. Excuse me. As Jarmu spoke, his figure flashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Whoosh. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed straight towards Su Yi. In the sky, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 7th level of the origin core stage. Su Yi's face went grim when he saw this. Obviously, Jarmu's strength had exceeded his expectations. Su Yi's face sank, then he directly withdrew a spirit sword from the sword sheath on his waist with a raise of his hand before flashing out. Instantly, 70 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and then through the amplification of the spirit sword, another 13 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, 5th level of the origin core stage, grade 8 spirit saw. Whoosh. The sword tore through the sky as if it had transformed into a venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Jarmu. This sword strike contained the strength of 83 ancient mammoth. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jarmu had a disdainful expression when he saw this, and he directly moved to intercept it. His figure flashed out to easily dodge Su Yi's sword strike. Bang! Jarmu smashed out with his fist, and in the time it flashed like a bolt of lightning, it instantly descended onto Su Yi's chest like a heavy hammer smashing down, blasting Su Yi flying. Crack! The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking abruptly sounded out, and it was extremely clear. Su Yi flew out like an arrow that left the bow, then fiercely crashed onto the ground and fainted. You! The Su clan's patriarch, Su Bo Ye's face went grim, and he hurriedly went to look at Su Yi's injuries. He never imagined that the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom would actually attack so ruthlessly. A 7th level origin core stage martial artist dealing with a 5th level origin core stage martial artist with such ruthlessness was truly lacking in bearing. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, and felt that the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom had gone slightly too far. They didn't hold back in the slightest when defeating a person that was 2 levels weaker than them, and it was infuriating. This is called making friends through martial arts. Those that didn't know would think that the scene from before was a battle between enemies. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian, Mo Yu, the Divine Might Marquis, and the Emperor, the other members of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had furious expressions. The Sun Ascent Kingdom had gone too far. Seeming to have noticed the atmosphere at the scene, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy stood up in a timely manner and fiercely glared at Jarmu. Jarmu, today was only a making friends through martial arts between the young geniuses of our Sun Ascent Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. How could you be so ruthless? Quickly apologized to His Majesty the Crimson Sky. But, everyone present were discerning people, and how could they be unable to discern that although the envoy was lecturing Jarmu, his eyes contained slight complacency mixed within. Yes, Lord Envoy. Jarmu laughed instead of getting angry when he was lectured, then he looked at the Emperor and cupped his hands. Your Majesty the Crimson Sky, Jarmu was too ruthless earlier, I'm sorry. It's fine. The Emperor waved his hand with a carefree expression as he slowly said, breaking bones and tendons can't be avoided in a martial arts spar, so long as it doesn't harm one's life. Your Majesty the Crimson Sky is wise. Jarmu grinned, and after his infatuated gaze flashed past Princess Bai Yaro's face, he turned around once more and said provocatively. Next, I wonder which young genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom is willing to give me some guidance. Friends below the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, please don't waste my time. As he finished speaking, a wisp of disdain flashed within Jarmu's eyes. I'll do it. Jarmu's actions had long since aroused the public indignation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At this moment, a young man around the age of 30 walked out from the Duan clan side, and he looked at Jia Mu with an arrogant expression. Remember well, the person that defeated you today is I, Duan Sheng. Duan Sheng? After this battle, you'll change your name to Duan Bai. Jia Mu grunted coldly, then his figure flashed out to battle Duan Sheng. In the end, Jia Mu defeated Duan Sheng before Duan Sheng utilized his spirit weapon, and broke a few of Duan Sheng's ribs. Although Duan Sheng was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage as well, he'd obviously just broken through not long ago. Moreover, his actual combat experience was far inferior to Jia Mu, and after exchanging over 10 moves with Jia Mu, he was defeated by a flawed Jia Mu revealed. From today onwards, you'll be called Duan Bai. Jia Mu laughed loudly and was incomparably arrogant, seeming as if no one was able to compete with him. The Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Yu Hua, had just fed Duan Sheng a gold injury pill when he heard what Jia Mu said, and his face instantly sank. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head to look at Duan Lingtian, who sat by the emperor's side, and his voice transmission contained slight rage mixed within. Little Tian, take revenge for Duan Sheng. Don't worry, patriarch, he won't be able to jump around for long. Duan Lingtian nodded to Duan Yu Hua as he replied via voice transmission. I'll deal with you. A cold shout sounded out, and a person flashed out from the Xiao clan's seats. It was precisely Duan Lingtian's acquaintance, Xiao Yu. Who are you? Jia Mu looked at Xiao Yu and asked with an arrogant expression. Under the gazes of everyone present, he'd won 2 battles successively and brought honor to the kingdom. Such a battle accomplishment caused him to be extremely complacent. Defeat me and you'll naturally know. Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he spoke in a cool manner. This fellow is pretending to be cool again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene, and his gaze was absent-minded as if he'd once again recalled the scene of meeting Xiao Yu for the first time at the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon List's gathering of geniuses a few years ago. At that time, Xiao Yu was just so cold. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse that had been sleeping on Duan Lingtian's shoulder on the way to the Imperial Palace woke up, and when it opened its eyes, it saw the pile of delicacies before it, and its figure flashed out to stand on the table before impolitely nibbling on the various delicacies. What a cute little gold mouse. Because of the existence of Duan Lingtian, Princess Bai Yarrow wasn't too interested in making friends through martial arts. Now, when she saw the fluffy little gold mouse flashing off Duan Lingtian's shoulder, her clear eyes that were like water emitted a wisp of tender affection. Squeak squeak tilde, when the little gold mouse heard Princess Bai Yarrow's voice, it winked at her for a moment before continuing to lower its head to nibble on the delicacies on the table. What an intelligent little gold mouse. Princess Bai Yarrow's eyes glowed when she saw this scene, as it was the first time she'd seen such an intelligent pet mouse. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the flat ground ahead. Presently, when facing Xiao Yu, who had a cold expression, Jia Mu burst into rage, and his figure flashed out like a cannonball as his iron fist shot out menacingly. When facing Jia Mu's attack, Xiao Yu stood on the spot, completely calm and unmoving like a mountain. Universe in the sleeve. Before Xiao Yu had even made a move, Duan Lingtian felt that the scene before him was slightly familiar, and his brows couldn't help but raise. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Universe in the sleeve. Xiao Yu made a move, he flicked his sleeve, causing it to swell up and sweep out to greet Jia Mu's iron fist. Bang! Jia Mu's fist that flashed out like a cannonball smashed onto Xiao Yu's sleeve, and he felt as if he'd struck a ball of cotton and was utterly powerless. Jia Mu, use a spirit weapon. Right at this moment, the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador went grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind Jia Mu. Chapter 462. Jia Mu's face went grim when he heard the reminder of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning before grabbing towards his waist, wanting to withdraw the sheathed spirit saber from his waist. But, would he be in time? At practically the instant Jia Mu withdrew his hand, Xiao Yu's sleeves bulged up once more and swiftly flashed out. Before Jia Mu could withdraw his saber, Xiao Yu followed him like a shadow and blasted onto Jia Mu's body, as if he could predict the future. Ah! Jia Mu's shrill cry completely suppressed the sound of his ribs breaking, and his entire body was blasted flying before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. After crashing onto the ground, the intense pain caused Jia Mu to roll all over the ground as cold sweat flowed. Xiao Yu, victory. Good. Instantly, many people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom cheered. Especially the Xiao clan's patriarch. A smile appeared on his face. Earlier, no matter if it was the Su clan or Duan clan, all of them had disciples that entered the arena to battle Jia Mu, yet all of them ended in miserable defeat. Xiao Yu defeating Jia Mu had undoubtedly brought great honor to him and the Xiao clan. Ha ha. Good. The emperor's face revealed a smile as well. Although he'd always maintained his composure earlier and seemed to be indifferent towards the outcome of the battle, but every time a young genius from the Crimson Sky Kingdom was defeated, slight disappointment couldn't help but arise in his heart. Now that Xiao Yu had defeated a young genius from the Sun Ascent Kingdom, it brought honor to him. What's your name? The emperor looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Your Majesty, I'm Xiao Yu. When facing the emperor, Xiao Yu's face didn't have the coldness from before, and he was reverent and respectful. Your Majesty, Xiao Yu is my good friend. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor as he spoke via voice transmission. His actions were undoubtedly because he hoped that the emperor would think more highly of Xiao Yu. This was extremely important to Xiao Yu's future. Xiao Yu was his friend, and he hoped that Xiao Yu would be able to make a name for himself in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The emperor's gaze squinted when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and he glanced deeply at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I'll remember this. I'll properly reward you after the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of our Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom ends. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Yu hurriedly responded, his face full of flattery. Unlike Duan Lingtian, although Xiao Yu's martial talent was not bad, it was only limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's future wasn't something that could be restricted by the Crimson Sky Kingdom. On the other hand, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Yu was bound to spend his entire life in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the eyes of Xiao Yu, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a supreme existence. Now that such an existence wanted to reward him, it caused him to be pleasantly surprised and terrified at the same time. The Xiao clan disciples are indeed extraordinary. Most importantly, they're young and still have a lot of room for development. They're much stronger than the Su clan and Duan clan disciples. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy looked at Xiao Yu as a cold light flashed within the depths of his eyes, and his face was covered in a hypocritical smile as he spoke slowly. These words were obviously sowing discord. Envoy, you're mistaken. Right when the expressions of the Su clan and Duan clan's patriarchs went grim, Xiao Yu glanced calmly at the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy. The Su clan and Duan clan are the same as our Xiao clan. They're both the three great clans of the imperial city, and the experts within their clans are numerous like the clouds. No matter if it's the Su clan or Duan clan, they both have a young genius that I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Moreover, the ages of those two young geniuses aren't older than me. Xiao Yu spoke slowly. Brother Xiao Yu, your words are a bit too much. Your current age is at most around 25 years old. The Su clan and Duan clan actually have young geniuses that are younger than you and possess strengths that surpass you. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy obviously didn't believe it. No matter if envoy believes it or not. That person from the Su clan has already left the imperial city a few years ago to wander the world. Before he left, in terms of strength and natural talent, he far surpassed me. As for that person from the Duan clan, I think Lord Envoy will have the chance to meet him very soon. As Xiao Yu spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, and his gaze imperceptibly glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed who the two people Xiao Yu spoke of were. The Su clan, Su Li. The young sword cultivator that he and Xiao Yu got acquainted with in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp when they were young. Later on, he even entered the Imperial City's Paladin Academy with them and became good friends. But unfortunately, fate made fools of people. Su Li was forced to leave in the end, and there was no news of him until now. But one thing could be sure of was that before Su Li left, in terms of strength and natural talent, he indeed far surpassed Xiao Yu. As for the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed that the person Xiao Yu spoke of was him. The unsightly expression of the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Yu Hua, eased up, and he glanced at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Right, the young geniuses of their Duan clan weren't inferior to the disciples of any other clan. He believed that even those large clans of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not have a young genius that could compare with Duan Lingtian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. The corners of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Bo Ya, curled into a bitter smile. He naturally guessed that the young genius of the Su clan that Xiao Yu spoke of was Su Li. However, could Su Li still be considered as a disciple of the Su clan? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then I'll look forward to it. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy glanced indifferently at Xiao Yu, then he looked at the other young man by his side. Ha Yi, you go experience the ability of this brother Xiao Yu. Remember to show mercy, don't be careless and cripple him. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. This Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy emphasized the word cripple, and his intentions could be seen from this. Yes, Lord Envoy. The Ha Yi that was called out by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy was precisely the young man that bickered with Jarmu earlier. He who had a robust figure took large strides forward with a majestic gait, and he gave others a shapeless feeling of oppression. When he saw Xiao Yu revealing an expression of eagerness, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted slightly, and his spiritual force swept out to envelop Ha Yi. 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed Ha Yi's cultivation. Brother Xiao Yu, I'm extremely happy that you've defeated Jarmu. If it was at any other time, I would surely have a few drinks with you. But now that the Lord Envoy has spoken, I have no choice but to fight you. Ha Yi stood in confrontation with Xiao Yu, and he grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth that were set against his dark skin, causing it to be especially conspicuous. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Ha Yi. Since you're so straightforward, then I'm not someone that doesn't know what's good for me. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. As soon as Xiao Yu said this, besides Duan Lingtian, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. They obviously never imagined that Xiao Yu would make such a decision. They were extremely bewildered. A moment ago, Xiao Yu still had an appearance of eagerness. Why did he suddenly change so quickly at this moment? Right when most of the people present reacted to what had happened, Xiao Yu had already returned to the side of the Xiao clan's patriarch. When faced with the question of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yu replied via voice transmission. Patriarch, this Sun Ascent Kingdom's Ha Yi is a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. The Xiao clan's patriarch's face went grim when he heard this. Ha ha. I was wondering how extraordinary the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Qing Lin was, but I never imagined that he's just someone that fled in the face of battle. The face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy sank when he saw Xiao Yu admitting defeat, and he couldn't refrain from ridiculing. I know my limits. A 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. I'm not a match for him. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Ha Yi as he spoke slowly. You. How did you know? Ha Yi's face went grim, and he was slightly moved. He felt that since arriving at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he'd never fought, so logically speaking, there ought to be no one that knew his true cultivation. Now that it was exposed by Xiao Yu, he was unable to wrap his head around it. The face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy sank as he glared at Ha Yi, then he said via voice transmission. Ha Yi, Ji Lu exposed his cultivation at the first level of the nascent soul stage in advance, and you were present when I taught him a lesson. I repeatedly instructed you not to expose your cultivation before today, and this is how you promised me. Obviously, as far as the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy was concerned, Ha Yi had surely exposed his cultivation in advance, otherwise, it would be impossible for the members of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to know Ha Yi's cultivation in advance. Lord Envoy, since arriving at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I've never fought, and never exposed my cultivation. Ha Yi replied via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with grievance. 9th level Origin Core Stage. Xiao Yu's words had already caused everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be greatly shocked, and when they noticed the unsightly expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, they completely confirmed it. Looks like the second person from the Sun Ascent Kingdom to enter the arena is really a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Instantly, the expressions of some disciples from the 3 great clans that were eager to give it a try went grim, and they sat down once again and didn't dare move rashly. What a joke. A 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist was utterly not something they were capable of going against. Now, they felt slightly fortunate. Fortunately, Xiao Yu exposed Ha Yi's cultivation, otherwise, they would surely not have a good end. Du and Lingtian looked at the scene before him with a calm expression. The reason Xiao Yu admitted defeat was entirely because he told Xiao Yu about Ha Yi's specific cultivation via voice transmission earlier. Xiao Yu trusted Du and Lingtian incomparably, and didn't doubt Du and Lingtian's words in the slightest, and directly admitted defeat, causing the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy's plan to teach Xiao Yu a lesson to fail. 9th-level Origin Core Stage. For a time, the gazes of the members of the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom practically descended onto Nai Fen, who sat at the Divine Might Marquis Estate's seating area in unison. Nai Fen, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. As far as they were concerned, amongst the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom present, probably only Du and Lingtian and Nai Fen had the strength to compete with the Sun Ascent Kingdom's Ha Yi. Subconsciously, they'd taken Du and Lingtian to be their final trump card. After all, the Sun Ascent Kingdom still had a 1st-level nascent soul stage young genius that hadn't made a move yet. Before today, they even thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom would lose for sure. But at the moment they saw Du and Lingtian earlier, they seemed to have seen the light of dawn, the light of hope, as far as they were concerned. Chapter 463. Swoosh. Nai Fen's figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the Sun Ascent Kingdom's young genius, Ha Yi, and stood in confrontation with him. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Divine Might Marquis Estate, Nai Fen. Nai Fen glanced indifferently at Ha Yi as he spoke slowly. Nai Fen. Ha Yi hadn't reacted when the gaze of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy squinted. So it's the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's Divine Might Marquis is the god of war whose might shakes the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Although I'm in the distant Sun Ascent Kingdom, it's like a thunderclap that reverberates in my ears. Now that I've seen the junior marquis today, he's awe-inspiring and has an imposing appearance. As expected, like father, like son. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy spoke extremely highly of Nai Fen. As for whether it was true or false, everyone present was more or less able to discern. Sometimes, the higher one was praised, the more one couldn't afford to lose. Otherwise, once one fell, one would be smashed into pieces. Divine Might Marquis, Ba greets you. Subsequently, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy looked at Nai Yuan who sat opposite him, and he nodded with a smile. Envoy, you're too kind. Nai Yuan replied indifferently, and he was obviously slightly dispirited. This caused the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba, to sink slightly, but in next to no time, he bloomed into a smile as his expression changed extremely quickly. This Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy is really a smiling tiger. Du and Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ba as he thought to himself. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba, seemed to be ordinary, but how acute was Du and Lingtian's spiritual force? He'd long since discerned that Ba was a half-step void stage martial artist with extraordinary strength. Ha Yi, this Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, Nai Fen, is a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist just like you. According to my knowledge, his strength is the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. No matter if you're able to defeat him or not, we'll win for sure today. Ba looked at Ha and said via voice transmission. But, if you're able to defeat him, Ge Lu doesn't have to make a move. In this way, our Sun Ascent Kingdom will obtain a complete victory. When we return, I will definitely ask His Majesty to reward you well. Envoy, don't worry, I'll. Ha replied via voice transmission. Young Marquis, please excuse my rudeness. A cold light suffused Ha Yi's eyes, and at the instant he looked at Nai Fen, the origin energy between his legs suddenly skyrocketed and raged. In the sky above him, 120 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes were accumulating force and waiting to be deployed, the next moment. Whoosh! Ha Yi moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow shot from a powerful bow. His speed was extremely shocking. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind whistling could be heard, mixed with a series of muffled explosions. Whoosh! Right when Ha-Yi flashed near Nai-Fen, his right hand flashed past his waist like a bolt of lightning, and he withdrew the sheathed spirit saber, causing the saber light to flash before vanishing. Wang! The exceedingly swift saber light leaped about with raging origin energy, as if it was all-conquering, and it carried an all-powerful might as it swept towards Nai-Fen. Above the void, 22 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 9th level of the origin core stage. An 8th grade spirit saber. This slash contained the strength of 142 ancient mammoths, and everywhere it passed, the airflow in the air would split apart, causing its imposing aura to shoot into the sky like a rainbow. Since Ha-Yi attacked until now, everything had only occurred in the blink of an eye. Many young geniuses from the Crimson Sky Kingdom broke out in cold sweat when they saw Ha-Yi's speed being so swift. This Ha-Yi is really at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Fortunately, I didn't enter the arena, otherwise, I would only be asking for humiliation. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and the junior Marquis from our Crimson Sky Kingdom are capable of going against this Ha-Yi. Right when the young geniuses from the Crimson Sky Kingdom were perturbed, Nai-Fen moved. Whoosh! Nai-Fen's movements were swift like the wind, and he dodged to the side. But the grade 8 spirit saber in Ha-Yi's hand seemed as if it had eyes, and it turned and swept towards Nai-Fen like a gangrene attached to the bone, following him like a shadow, causing Nai-Fen to have nowhere to dodge. A cold snort sounded out, and it was Nai-Fen's eyes that squinted as he withdrew a spirit sword with a raise of his hand. Swish! The sword light flashed out and similarly contained the strength of 142 ancient mammoths, and it collided with the grade 8 spirit saber in Ha-Yi's hand. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of iron colliding, origin energies collided together, and the air froze for a moment. In the next moment, Nai-Fen and Ha-Yi were both blasted back at the same time. Both of them retreated 7 steps each. Satisfying. Battle intent rose in Nai-Fen's eyes, as if he'd returned to the days when he fought on the battlefield, and the aura of slaughter on his body shot into the sky with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Fight! 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 At this moment, it was as if only Ha-Yi remained in the world within Nai-Fen's eyes. Whereas Ha-Yi was his enemy. Kill! Suddenly, Nai-Fen shouted out explosively with a heroic spirit that shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Nai-Fen seemed as if he was possessed by a god of war, and his body carried a shocking aura of slaughter as he flashed out with an imposing aura that shot into the sky, and he seemed to have the bearing of sweeping through everything. This Ha-Yi is going to lose. Duan Lingtian casually swept Ha-Yi with his gaze, and he thought in his heart. In the distance, Ha-Yi had caught his breath with great difficulty when he noticed that Nai-Fen had attacked once again. Instantly, he felt as if there was a terrifying aura of slaughter that swept over from Nai-Fen's body, and it caused a trace of terror to arise from the bottom of his heart. No. We're both 9th level origin core stage martial artists, why would I need to be afraid of him? Ha-Yi gritted his teeth, and the grade 8 spirit saber in his hand bloomed with origin energy as he intended to intercept Nai-Fen's attack. Right at this moment. Kill! Nai-Fen spoke out once more with a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained the aura of slaughter from the battlefield, and it once again enveloped Ha-Yi, causing Ha-Yi to be distracted. The origin energy on the grade 8 spirit saber instantly withered slightly. Swish! OM! The sword and saber fiercely collided together once more, and origin energy roared out like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was different from the evenly matched battle from before. This time, Nai-Fen's battle intent soared as the hot blood in his body burned and seethed, and he seemed as if he'd returned to the days of slaughter on the battlefield. This sword strike contained many things. On the other hand, Ha-Yi's distraction earlier caused the origin energy on the grade 8 spirit saber in his hand to show signs of collapsing. Now they collided. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out once more. This time, the grade 8 spirit saber in Ha-Yi's hand was directly blasted flying, whereas the spirit sword in Nai-Fen's hand was withdrawn when it blasted the spirit saber flying. Whoosh! But Nai Fen's fist instead carried along vast origin energy as it fiercely descended onto Ha Yi's chest. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking sounded out, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. Ah! Ha Yi let out a shrill cry in hindsight as his entire body flew out in a sorry state before fiercely falling onto the ground, and after struggling for a while, he directly fainted. Nai Fen, victory! Ha ha! Good! Instantly, many people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom cheered for Nai Fen. Thank you. Nai Fen looked at the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, Ba, who was inspecting Ha Yi's injuries, and he was refined and courteous, and his calm expression seemed to be harmless. This caused Ba to be angered to the point of almost spitting blood. This Nai Fen heavily injured Ha Yi to the point he fainted, yet he actually seemed as if nothing had happened. Damn it! Junior Marquis is worthy of being the son of the Divine Might Marquis. You've already developed such a terrifying aura of slaughter on the battlefield at such a young age. I'm afraid there's very few people below the nascent soul stage that are a match for you. Our Sun Ascent Kingdom wholeheartedly accepts our loss in this battle. After Ba gave Ha Yi a healing medicinal pill, he glanced deeply at Nai Fen. But, if Junior Marquis were to encounter a nascent soul stage martial artist, then this aura of slaughter on the battlefield on you would probably only be a type of gorgeous decoration that would be completely useless. Nai Fen smiled indifferently and declined to comment. This caused Ba to be even more enraged from embarrassment, and he shouted out in a low voice. Ge Lu. Along with Ba speaking, the robust young man that sat opposite the Divine Might Marquis estate seat, and his gaze never left Princess Bai Yarrow from the beginning until the end abruptly returned to his senses. This robust young man was precisely the strongest person in the younger generation of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. Ge Lu. His cultivation was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist around the age of 35 could only be considered to be above average. But in a tiny kingdom, he could be considered to be a genius that was hard to come by. Crackle! Crackle! Ge Lu's figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that instantly arrived at the battlefield and stood in confrontation with Nai Fen. He lightly twisted his neck and emitted a wave of clear sounds of bones rubbing against each other. You aren't a match for me. Ge Lu glanced lazily at Nai Fen and spoke with slightly waning interest. Along with Ge Lu clenching his fists tightly, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, and they accumulated force while waiting to attack. First-level nascent soul stage. Although most of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom had already heard that one of the three young geniuses from the Sun Ascent Kingdom was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, they still couldn't help but be slightly shocked when they really saw it with their own two eyes. Meanwhile, the gazes of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom practically descended onto Nai Fen. They were curious whether Nai Fen would choose to battle Ge Lu or choose to admit defeat. If he chose to battle Ge Lu, there was practically no possibility of winning. The gap between the 9th level of the Origin Core stage and the first level of the Nascent Soul stage was too great. If he were to admit defeat, it would undoubtedly increase the prestige of the Sun Ascent Kingdom and cause the arrogance of the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom to flourish even more. I admit defeat. In next to no time, Nai Fen made his decision and shrugged before returning to the Divine Might Marquis estate seats with an indifferent expression. The people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom weren't surprised when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they still had trump cards on their side, so they didn't feel any sense of loss because of Nai Fen admitting defeat. Ha 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 ha, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba, laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. Junior Marquis, a wise man submits to circumstances as expected. Your Majesty, in this way, our Sun Ascent Kingdom ought to have won the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of our two kingdoms, right? As he finished speaking, Ba's eyes narrowed and his face was filled with a delighted smile, as if the 3 years of taxes of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was already close at hand and within easy reach. Truly boring. Could it be that there isn't a slightly decent young genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Ge Lu spoke lazily before turning around and intending to return to his seat. Wait. Chapter 464. Divine Might Marquis, what advice do you have? Ji Lu turned around and looked at Nai Yuan as he asked. Nai Yuan didn't answer Ji Lu, and instead looked at the young man that sat by his side. Although he didn't know much about this young man, and only knew that this young man was the junior brother of his nephew, Duan Lingtian, but since his nephew was so confident in this young man, he still chose to believe him. The young man was precisely Mo Yu. Mo Yu nodded when he saw Nai Yuan looking over, then he stood up and walked into the arena with large strides to stand opposite of Ji Lu and face each other. Mo Yu was undoubtedly an unfamiliar face to the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This young man's age looks to be around 23 at most. Why would the Divine Might Marquis allow him to come out at this time? Could it be that his strength is even stronger than the junior Marquis? This was the sudden thought that arose in the hearts of most of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After all, Mo Yu's age was truly too young. The Emperor sat at the host's seat, and his eyes emitted slight surprise and curiosity as they locked tightly onto Mo Yu. Commander Duan, this young man seems to be someone that follows by your side. Under his curiosity, the Emperor sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He remembered that when he saw this young man for the first time, this young man followed behind Duan Lingtian and seemed to be extremely reverent towards Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew the Divine Might Marquis, Nai Yuan, very well. He knew that if it wasn't for Nai Yuan being confident, he would absolutely not allow this young man to fight. "He's my junior brother." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Junior brother? The Emperor was shocked. This young man was called junior brother by Duan Lingtian, and his identity was obvious. He was a member of a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Mo Yu. Mo Yu looked calmly at Ji Lu and nodded indifferently. When Mo Yu came out, Ji Lu's brows were already knit together, and now that he heard Mo Yu introduce himself, his face sank. "Kid, you're not a match for me, stand down." As far as he was concerned, no matter how strong the natural talent of a young man around the age of 23 was, how strong could he be? He, a nascent soul-stage martial artist, battling a young man like this, even if he won, it wouldn't be honorable. "Mo Yu, it seems that someone has underestimated you." Right at this moment, an abrupt voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. "It's Duan Lingtian." Immediately, the gazes of the majority of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's people uniformly fell upon Duan Lingtian, who was sitting beside the Emperor. Was this young man brought back by Duan Lingtian? Their hearts jumped. They knew exactly where Duan Lingtian had gone in the past few years. Looks like this young man ought to be a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sect. The group of people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom couldn't help but guess in their hearts. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's special envoy glanced at Duan Lingtian and frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that this young man was sitting before the Emperor and obviously had an extraordinary status, he would have long since retorted. "A kid that's still wet behind the ears like this dares to underestimate the strongest amongst the young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom, Ji Lu?" But in the next moment, the scene before his eyes caused the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy to completely change. Along with Duan Lingtian's voice resounding out. Mo Yu abruptly took a step forward. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him, and in the end, it transformed into 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. At this moment, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes stopped in the sky above Mo Yu, accumulating force while waiting to attack. When looked at from afar, it seemed to be extremely dazzling, and at the same time, it brought great visual shock to the people present. Nascent. First level of the nascent soul stage. How old is he? His natural talent is even more abnormal than the number one genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Rufeng, from over 20 years ago. Too terrifying. This is the genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. On the side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the members of the three great clans including the patriarchs were all dumbstruck. They only felt indescribable shock in their hearts. The Emperor's face revealed a smile when he saw the scene before him, but a trace of shock couldn't avoid flashing within his eyes. The face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's Ba flushed red as he looked at Mo Yu and the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Mo Yu, and it was as if someone was choking him tightly, causing him to be unable to speak for a long time. This young man had given him too great of a shock. "I've underestimated you." Ji Lu sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Mo Yu with a solemn expression. Mo Yu looked at Ji Lu with a calm expression, and a 1-meter-long blade appeared in his hand. "Ha!" Ji Lu shouted out explosively when he saw this, and his figure flashed out like the wind as he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. OM. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared in Ji Lu's hand as well, and origin energy bloomed on the spirit saber to bestow upon him formidable strength. In the sky above Ji Lu, 56 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was the amplification of a spirit weapon. Grade 7 spirit saber. Instantly, the expressions of many people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom went grim as they cried out in surprise. Never had they imagined that not only was the Sun Ascent Kingdom's Ji Lu a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist, he even possessed a Grade 7 spirit saber to rely on. Although a Grade 7 spirit saber was only a grade higher than a Grade 8 spirit saber. But its amplification was an entire 10% more. What sort of concept was 10%? Take a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist as an example. Without using a spirit weapon, his strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. An amplification of 10% was equivalent to the strength of 20 ancient mammoth. In other words, if Mo Yu didn't possess a Grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be pulled apart by Ji Lu with the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. The divine might Marquis Nai Yuan's face went grim. The scene before him had exceeded his expectations. If he knew earlier that Ji Lu possessed a Grade 7 spirit saber, he would surely lend the Grade 7 spirit sword he carried with him to Mo Yu. But unfortunately, it was already too late now. At this moment, only the 3 people at the host's table had calm expressions. Duan Lingtian was calm because he knew that the spirit sword in Mo Yu's hand was a Grade 7 spirit weapon as well. The Emperor was calm because he saw Duan Lingtian was calm, and he trusted Duan Lingtian. As for Princess Bai Yarrow, she trusted Duan Lingtian even more blindly. A wisp of complacency couldn't help but appear on the face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba when he saw the expressions of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's people. Me. All of you would never have imagined that I would lend my spirit saber to Ji Lu in advance, right? Subsequently, Ba looked towards the host's table. When he noticed that the 3 people at the table had calm expressions, his heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Swish. An ear-piercing sword howl swept out, rising and falling in succession, and it was ear-piercing to the point the eardrums of the people present trembled intensely. Some of the young geniuses with comparatively weaker cultivations from the 3 great clans had ghastly pale expressions, and they revealed terrified gazes as they looked at the young man that struck out with his sword. They clearly saw that when this young man called Mo Yu made a move, there were actually as many ancient mammoth silhouettes as there were above Ji Lu in the sky. They were extremely clear about what this meant. Grade 7 spirit sword. This Mo Yu actually possessed a Grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Break. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's young genius, Ji Lu, who'd chosen to gain the initiative by striking first, shouted out explosively, and the origin energy on the Grade 7 spirit saber in his hand instantly skyrocketed. Instantly, the Grade 7 spirit saber in Ji Lu's hand was completely enveloped by the milky white origin energy that raged and suffused the air, and it instantly transformed into a 3-meter-long enormous saber that slashed down directly towards Mo Yu while carrying along the might of splitting a mountain. It seemed as if it wanted to split Mo Yu into 2, 7-star sword technique. Mo Yu's expression remained unchanged when facing Ji Lu's saber strike that approached menacingly, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted. The Grade 7 spirit sword in Mo Yu's hand shook, and it was like a stroke of genius as it tore through the sky and flashed out, causing numerous ear-piercing and muffled explosions to resound out at practically the exact same moment. In the next moment, swish, 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 swish. The Grade 7 spirit sword in Mo Yu's hand that was coiled with origin energy instantly transformed into 7 material sword lights that flashed out to intercept the enormous saber in Ji Lu's hand that slashed down. The 7 sword lights were extremely like falling meteors, and they descended bit by bit to smash onto the enormous saber. Bang! When the first sword light descended, the origin energy on the enormous saber dimmed slightly, and the enormous saber shrunk slightly as well. Bang! When the second sword light descended, the origin energy on the enormous saber dimmed once more, and the enormous saber shrunk once more. Bang! Bang! The fourth sword light, the fifth sword light, the sixth sword light, and the seventh sword light fell one after another. Sword strike after sword strike. It was like the surging waves of the sea, wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the last. When the sixth sword light descended, the origin energy on the enormous saber in Ji Lu's hand had already been completely dispersed, and then the grade 7 spirit saber in Ji Lu's hand returned to its true appearance, and it was dim and lusterless. When the seventh sword light descended, the grade 7 spirit saber in Ji Lu's hand was blasted flying, and it pierced into the distant wall with a clang. The palm of Ji Lu's hand that held the saber split open and dripped with blood. At the side of his throat, a grade 7 spirit sword that followed him like a shadow silently pressed against his throat. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. At this moment, the gazes of everyone present had descended onto the two people present on the scene. Mo Yu, this unknown young man, was in high spirits, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand was pressed against the neck of the strongest young genius in Sun Ascent Kingdom, Ji Lu. So long as he made a slight movement, Ji Lu would die for sure. "I've lost." Ji Lu had a dazed expression, and he allowed blood to ceaselessly flow out from the palm of his hand, as if he didn't notice in the slightest. He'd lost. He'd been defeated by a young man around the age of 23. Perhaps, at the moment the young man executed that profound and unfathomable sword skill, his defeat was already destined. In his entire life, it was still the first time he'd seen such a profound sword skill. Finally, the spectators returned to their senses, and for a time, the sound of them drawing cold breaths rose and fell. What a formidable sword skill. That young man's sword skill is so solid that it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. Moreover, each of the 7 sword lights is stronger than the previous one. Every sword is like a meteor falling from the sky. It's really shocking. Being able to witness such a profound sword skill in my lifetime, my life wasn't lived in vain. Chapter 465. I truly never imagined that Mo Yu has actually cultivated the -7 star sword technique to the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He was able to discern. In terms of stage, the -7 star sword technique Mo Yu executed earlier was already not inferior to the -7 star sword technique the traitor Huang Ji executed during the martial competition of the 5 great sects. The martial competition of the 5 great sects. When he recalled the scene of the martial competition of the 5 great sects 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Only 3 of the 5 great sects remained. Moreover, the remaining 3 sects had merged together to form a solid block. Then why did the Origin Convergence sect, Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and Snow Moon sect suddenly choose to merge? Now, when he recalled the scene that occurred at the peak of Dub Peak that day, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand. Logically speaking, no matter if it was the Origin Convergence sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, or the Snow Moon sect, each of them were sects that had existed for over 1,000 years, and it was impossible for them to easily abandon the name of their respective sects and choose to merge. There's surely something hidden within. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. So long as I have the ability to annihilate the 3 great sects that have merged together in the future, I'll naturally know the reason. Killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, then he withdrew his thoughts and his gaze once again descended onto Mo Yu as he muttered in his heart. Sect leader, don't worry, I'll assist Mo Yu in rebuilding the 7-star sword sect. Mo Yu is very good, very outstanding. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. This Mo Yu, on the Divine Might Marquis Estate seating area, Nai Yuan and Nai Li glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they were mentally prepared since long ago. But when they saw Mo Yu really defeat Ji Lu with their own 2 eyes, they still couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. This is a person from a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Are all the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom so abnormal? The corners of Nai Yuan and Nai Li's mouths simultaneously curled into bitter smiles, and they felt that they'd lived most of their lives in vain. Seeing Black Jade defeat Jiayu, Duan Lingtian thought that this farce would be over. In his eyes, the so-called friendship through martial arts between the two countries could only be considered as a farce. However, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's special envoy seemed to be unconvinced. "Your name is Mo Yu?" The Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, Ba, looked at Mo Yu with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Mo Yu nodded. "Are you from the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Ba suddenly took a step forward. The aura of a half-step void stage martial artist swept out and enveloped Mo Yu. His pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Mo Yu, as if he wanted to see if Mo Yu was lying from the changes in his expression. Ba's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. Instantly, the expressions of the members of the Crimson Sky Kingdom changed. "Envoy Bath, what do you mean?" Nai Yuan was the first to be unable to restrain himself, and his face sank as he asked in a low voice. "Divine Might Marquis, I only want to know the background of this brother Mo Yu. Since brother Mo Yu is able to possess such accomplishments at such an age, I presume he isn't an ordinary person. But I've been in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many days, yet I've never heard of any rumors related to him." Ba's gaze didn't leave Mo Yu as he said with a calm tone, "This time, it's a friendship through martial arts between the young geniuses of my Sun Ascent Kingdom and your Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom interfering seems to go against the original intention of the agreement between me and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?" Mo Yu was only around 23 years old, and his cultivation was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he'd mastered a marvelous sword skill that caused others to sigh with admiration. As far as Ba was concerned, if Mo Yu was a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he would surely be famous in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom long ago, and not be unknown like he was today. When Mo Yu appeared earlier, he noticed that most of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom didn't know Mo Yu. Since that time, he'd started to be suspicious. It would be fine if Mo Yu lost at Jia Yu's hands, but now, it was Mo Yu who had won. According to the bet between the young geniuses of the two kingdoms, if the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were to win, then the Sun Ascent Kingdom would lose 3 years of taxes to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. 3 years of taxes wasn't a small amount, and he was naturally unwilling to give it to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Moreover, he'd come this time precisely for the sake of winning this bet. Now, he had the chance to overturn the fact that the Crimson Sky Kingdom had won, so he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Shameless. Are all of you members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom such sore losers? Me. Looks like your Sun Ascent Kingdom intends to go back on your word. The disciples of the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation, and they cursed loudly. Ba's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "Everyone, I'm only stating a fact. So long as this brother Mo Yu is a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then my Sun Ascent Kingdom is naturally willing to admit defeat." Ba stared fixedly at Mo Yu, and his sharp gaze seemed as if it wanted to see through Mo Yu's heart. "Brother Mo Yu, are you a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Ba asked once more. "I'm not." Mo Yu shook his head and said indifferently, "I'm only representing my senior brother. If you feel that I'm not a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and this battle doesn't count, then I have no objections. Of course, in this way, the young geniuses of your Sun Ascent Kingdom will have to compete with my senior brother." Senior brother? Mo Yu's words caused Ba's face to sink. At the first possible moment, Ba looked at Duan Lingtian that sat by the emperor's side. This young man is Duan Lingtian's junior brother. The members of the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom came to a sudden understanding when they heard Mo Yu. "You are." At the same time that Ba looked at Duan Lingtian, his imposing aura swept out and pressed down onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ba. "Is it fun? Is it fun?" Ba was stunned. This young man actually said he was playing. But he'd discerned that this young man's imposing aura wasn't unusual in the slightest when facing him. Obviously, this young man's cultivation wasn't low. Since your junior brother isn't a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then the battle between him and Ji Lu earlier doesn't count. What do you think? Ba glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before speaking slowly. If you're unconvinced, Then feel free to ask him to battle me. Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent, as if he was speaking of a matter of no importance. Ba frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian being so confident. In the end, he nodded and looked at Ji Lu. Ji Lu, you battle this young genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ba understood that this was his last chance. Moreover, he didn't really dare believe that this young man that Mo Yu addressed as senior brother would have a cultivation that was stronger than Mo Yu. This young man's age was similar to Mo Yu. Even though Mo Yu addressed him as senior brother, but who knew if this was only out of courtesy and not because the young man's strength was stronger than Mo Yu? So, no matter what, he had to give it a try. Yes. Ji Lu nodded and returned to the arena once again, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Sir, please come down and provide me with your guidance. With the lesson he learned from the battle with Mo Yu, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent because of his opponent's age. Meanwhile, Mo Yu returned to sit by Nai Yuan's side and looked at Ji Lu with a mocking gaze. The emperor, Princess Bai Yao, and the members of the three great clans that sat by Duan Lingtian's side now looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Fight! Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Ji Lu and said indifferently, if you want me to fight, then we'll have to see if you have the qualifications. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire scene went deathly silent. But the next battle still depends on if the opponent has the qualifications. This, arrogant. Too arrogant. Only this thought remained in their hearts. Duan Lingtian has only left for a few years, yet has actually become so arrogant. The members of the three great clans were dumbstruck. The emperor and Princess Bai Yao couldn't help but be stunned as well. The Duan Lingtian in their memories didn't seem to be such a person. At this moment, even Nai Yuan, Mo Yu, and Mo Yu were stunned, as they didn't know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly speak such words. Even though they knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was sufficient to crush Ji Lu. But he still had to leave the arena, right? Now, Duan Lingtian seemed to have no intention of leaving the arena at all. Kid, you're too arrogant. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba and Ji Lu practically spoke out at the same time, and their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. They'd seen arrogant people, yet they'd really never seen such an arrogant person. Then I'm curious, how do you think I have the qualifications to make you leave the arena? Ji Lu looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and fierce gaze. Right at the instant Ji Lu spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes had already squinted, and two dim lights that were like two balls of nether flames blazed up. At the instant Ji Lu finished speaking. Kneel. Duan Lingtian's cold shout sounded out. An ear-piercing voice spread throughout the entire imperial garden, and it shook the eardrums of everyone present to the point of trembling intensely. The people present hadn't even recovered from their shock when they saw a scene that was unforgettable in their entire lives. Ji Lu, who was originally arrogant and haughty, knelt on the ground with a bang, and his body shivered as he muttered. No! Don't! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Ji Lu's voice was filled with extreme terror, and it caused one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. It was as if he'd encountered something extremely terrifying. This, besides Duan Lingtian and Ji Lu, who sat by the side of the emperor with calm expressions, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Why did Ji Lu kneel when Duan Lingtian asked him to? Moreover, Ji Lu seemed to be extremely terrified when facing Duan Lingtian. No one knew what had happened. All of this had occurred too suddenly. Ji Lu, Ji Lu. The expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba went grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Ji Lu's ears with the intention of waking Ji Lu up. Chapter 466. Ji Lu, Ji Lu. Ba sent a voice transmission into Ji Lu's ears, and when he noticed Ji Lu didn't move, he hurriedly shouted out with a grim voice. But no matter how he shouted, Ji Lu still didn't have the slightest reaction. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of light breeze blew past the imperial garden, and the light breeze that was supposed to make one feel cool instead seemed to have transformed into gusts of cold wind at this moment. In the imperial garden, besides Ji Lu's muttering begging for mercy, only Ba's ceaselessly shouting out in shock could be heard. You! What exactly did you do to him? Ba gaze moved from Ji Lu to Duan Lingtian as he shouted out. Ba's voice contained traces of trembling mixed within. At this moment, if he still didn't know that it was the young man that sat by the emperor's side that was playing tricks, then he'd have lived for so many years in vain, but this young man's ability caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Sitting on the spot without moving in the slightest, and only a grim shout caused Ji Lu to kneel on the ground as if he'd been possessed, and he shivered as he ceaselessly begged for mercy. What ability is this? Demonic technique. Instantly, this thought appeared in the minds of everyone present at almost the exact same time. Once this thought appeared, it took root and sprouted, and it was difficult to get rid of. Could it be that senior brother Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques? The scene before him had similarly exceeded Mo Yu's expectations. Meanwhile, Mo Yu couldn't help but recall the scenes he saw on the life and death arena at the peak of Dub Peak a few days ago, the 2-year agreement between senior brother Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master suddenly went mad, and he could only be forced to lose at the hands of Duan Lingtian. At that time, most of the members of the 7-Star Sword sect including Mo Yu thought that Zither Young Master had really gone mad and lost his mind, and that was why he lost to Duan Lingtian. But now, Mo Yu didn't think like this. He recalled the scene from that day. When Zither Young Master left, he repeatedly said that senior brother Duan Lingtian knows demonic techniques. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. No, perhaps it's only a method that's difficult for us to understand. Mo Yu's heart trembled as she looked at Duan Lingtian with reverence. Apart from Princess Bai Yarrow, the remaining people, including the Emperor and Nai Yuan and his son, felt their blood run cold when they looked at Duan Lingtian. The scene before his eyes was too bizarre. Now, do you still think I'm crazy? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Ba calmly. Now, do you still think I'm crazy? When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of everyone present, they couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to Jiayu. If you want me to step down, then we'll have to see if you're qualified. At that time, the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they heard those words was, crazy. Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. At that time, no one thought that Duan Lingtian could defeat Jiayu without entering the arena. However, at that moment, the crowd came to a sudden realization. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian wasn't arrogant, but really had the ability. The facts proved that Jiayu indeed didn't have the qualifications to make Duan Lingtian step down. Ba couldn't help but be infuriated when he heard Duan Lingtian, yet he had no way to refute. Coldness silently arose in his heart. Who exactly are you? Ba took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Are you really from the Crimson Sky Kingdom? What? Do you want to suspect if I'm from the Crimson Sky Kingdom like you suspected my junior brother earlier? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh, and his eyes revealed a wisp of disdain. He'd always looked down upon people that couldn't afford to lose. Ambassador of the Sun Ascent Kingdom, you wouldn't be a sore loser, right? You actually dare suspect if he's from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Perhaps you don't have any impression of the name Duan Lingtian, but you ought to have heard of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guards commander Duan a few years ago, right? You ought to have heard of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's genius student who planned strategies and captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier, right? You ought to have heard of the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion in our Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, right? In the Xiao clan's seating area, Xiao Zun looked at Ba with a face of disdain as he spoke sarcastically. Early on when Xiao Zun hadn't finished speaking, the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, Ba, had already gone pale. As soon as Xiao Zun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen a ghost. You're the monster that was widely rumored in the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, Duan Lingtian? No wonder I felt your name was slightly familiar when I heard them call out to you before the friendly martial competition began today. It's actually you've actually returned. When Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Imperial Garden with the Emperor, Xiao Yu and Xiao Zun had once called out his name. So, Ba had an impression of him. Presently, Bar's extremely unsightly expression undoubtedly indicated that Bar had once heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew of the matter of Duan Lingtian leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago. I never imagined that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador would know of me. I'm truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Bar with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Bar had a mournful expression. He knew clearly in his heart that he'd failed, the Sun Ascent Kingdom had failed. This plan that could be said to be perfect planned by their Sun Ascent Kingdom's emperor had completely failed because of the appearance of Duan Lingtian, an element outside the plan, a crushing defeat. Your Majesty Crimson Sky, our Sun Ascent Kingdom is willing to admit defeat. I'll return right now and ask my emperor to send over the 3 years of taxes of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. Bar took a deep breath and bowed to the emperor before intending to leave. But Ji Lu knelt there without moving, and it caused him to have a headache. He gritted his teeth and didn't put down his pride to beg Duan Lingtian to stop in the end. He raised his hand and knocked Ji Lu unconscious, then carried the unconscious Ji Lu and Ha Yi before leaving in a sorry state with Jamu. Ha 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 ha, most of the people on the Crimson Sky Kingdom's side, including the emperor, couldn't help but laugh as they looked at Ba and Jamu's sorry figures. They laughed wantonly, and they laughed to the point of being elated. After a short moment, the emperor returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Commander Duan, how did you do it earlier? How did I do it? Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard the emperor, and he recalled the scene from before. Earlier, when the Sun Ascent Kingdom's young genius, Ji Lu, spoke out to provoke him, he'd utilized his spiritual force to fuse with his soul brand and execute the soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Once Thousand Illusions was executed, not to mention a mere first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Even a first-level void prying stage martial artist that wasn't an inscription master was unable to guard against it. Of course, if it was a first-level void prying stage martial artist, then because of the strength of the soul, even if Duan Lingtian executed the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like Ji Lu. Ji Lu was only a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and before Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, his spiritual force was like the difference between a child and an adult. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force crushed his spiritual force in all directions, and Duan Lingtian could wantonly trample on him. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had precisely utilized the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to construct an extremely terrifying illusory space that enveloped Ji Lu. Within that illusory space, Ji Lu wasn't able to persist for a short moment before his mind completely collapsed, and he knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. When he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian noticed that it wasn't only the emperor, the gazes of everyone present had descended onto him in unison. Obviously, they were extremely curious. I don't know how to explain that ability as well. All of you can just take it as a demonic technique. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he spoke slowly. When they saw that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say any more, the people present didn't ask any further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they got to the bottom of it, it would only cause them to feel disgusted. Alas! Big Brother Lingtian, when will my spiritual force be able to break through to the void initiation stage? If my spiritual force is able to break through to the void initiation stage, then I'll be able to awaken my soul brand and comprehend soul skills. Hee hee. At that time, I want to go scare people as well. The little gold mouse's innocent voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Scare people? But when this innocent voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused him to be unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine. This little gold mouse wasn't a good person to begin with. If it was allowed to awaken its spiritual brand and comprehend a soul skill, wouldn't its tail be raised to the heavens? I'm happy today, so I'll set up a banquet at noon to welcome Commander Duan and his junior brother. Divine Might Marquis and everyone else, all of you stay behind and welcome Commander Duan and his junior brother. The Emperor had a brilliant smile on his face as he spoke to everyone. Yes, Your Majesty. No one would refuse the Emperor's invitation. Subsequently, the Emperor ordered the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace to prepare. After the welcome banquet, Duan Lingtian and Mo Yu became the absolute center of attention, especially the patriarchs of the three great clans. They even beat around the bush and asked Mo Yu if he was married, causing Mo Yu to flush red and be unable to answer. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, Mo Yu could only seek help from Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to take care of himself, so how could he help Mo Yu? Instead, he pushed Mo Yu into a pit of fire. Mo Yu, I think the three patriarchs are right. You're not young anymore. Even if you don't get married, it's good to get married. Right. The patriarchs of the three great clans hurriedly agreed, and the gazes they shot at Mo Yu were simply like wolves that had seen a little lamb. Mo Yu could only say in his heart when he saw this, I made friends carelessly. Commander Duan, accompany by Yarrow for a walk. The emperor looked at Princess Bai Yarrow, then looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. During these past few years, he'd wanted to find a marriage for this daughter of his many times, but this daughter of his only thought of Duan Lingtian every day. This caused him, the imperial father, to feel helpless. Chapter 467. As he walked side by side with Princess Bai Yarrow in the imperial palace, Duan Lingtian intentionally revealed his thoughts of not wanting Princess Bai Yarrow to wait for him for her entire life. Unexpectedly, Princess Bai Yarrow's attitude was actually exactly the same as Xiao Lan's. She had an attitude of not marrying anyone but him, and would rather wait for him for her entire life. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of helplessness. Could it be that I've really brought my charm from my previous life to this life? Duan Lingtian secretly flattered himself. In his previous life, as the king of mercenaries on earth, there was never a lack of outstanding women by his side. There were some that wanted to marry him, some that wanted to bear his children, some that were willing to give up everything for him. Looks like sometimes, having too much charm isn't a good thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and sighed in his heart. Never mind, leave it to fate. Duan Lingtian sighed rather helplessly when faced with Princess Bai Yarrow's resoluteness. What ability did he possess to actually make so many outstanding women willingly be bound by him for their entire lives, and not ask for any status or reward? After the welcoming banquet ended, Duan Lingtian and Mo Yu once again sat on the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage and left the imperial palace with Nai Yuan and Nai Fen. Little Tian, the ability you executed today really shocked me. But this is good as well. If you were to display the strength of a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist before the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, I wonder how terrified he would be. Nai Fen looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that he sighed with emotion, his gaze was extremely complicated. When he first met Duan Lingtian was only an 18-year-old youth. Compared to him, Duan Lingtian was much inferior. Now that 5 years had passed, Duan Lingtian had already surpassed him in all aspects, and had become an existence that he could only look up to. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then looked at the nearby Nai Yuan. Uncle Nai, you're extremely curious about the ability I executed earlier. All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to notice Nai Yuan hesitating to speak, and he vaguely guessed Nai Yuan's thoughts. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Uncle Nai was just scared by you for a moment. Nai Yuan shook his head and smiled. He had no intention of forcing Duan Lingtian to speak. Actually, it's not a secret. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and for a moment, it drew the attention of Mo Yu and Nai Fen. Obviously, Mo Yu and Nai Fen were extremely interested in the ability Duan Lingtian utilized against the young genius from the Sun Ascent Kingdom, Ji Lu. Especially Mo Yu. At that time, he'd once seen Duan Lingtian use this method to subdue Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, one of the most outstanding 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, and his cultivation had already stepped into the half-step void stage. However, even so, in the face of Duan Lingtian's unpredictable methods, he still could not escape the fate of a crushing defeat. Uncle Nai, how much do you know about souls? How much do you know about spiritual power? Duan Lingtian looked at Nai Yuan and asked. Nai Yuan pondered for a short moment before continuing. The soul is the foundation of a person, and it's also where one's consciousness resides. As for spiritual power, I only know that it's closely related to inscription masters. Inscription masters precisely use spiritual power to combine with various special materials to inscribe inscriptions. Whereas spiritual power is also called the energy of the soul, and it comes from the soul. Nai Yuan said to Duan Lingtian. I only know this. Uncle Nai, you're right. This is the concept of the soul and spiritual power. But, in Cloud Continent, there are some formidable human martial artists that are able to rely on spiritual power to attack. They stand at the peak of Cloud Continent, and they're called Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Emperor Wu. Nai Yuan was slightly moved when he heard Duan Lingtian. Whereas Nai Fen and Mo Yu instead had bewildered expressions. Obviously, they'd never heard of any Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu really exists? Nai Yuan's breathing became hurried. Of course they exist. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a trace of yearning. Although there aren't many Emperor Wu experts in Cloud Continent, there aren't many. Every single one of them is an existence that stands at the peak of Cloud Continent, and they can summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Their martial strength is extraordinary, and it shakes the heavens and shakes the earth. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt his blood boil, and even he was slightly excited. After all, he'd fused with the memories of a formidable Emperor Wu. Samsara Emperor Wu, the Emperor Wu expert that once stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Father, what are you talking about with little Tian? What Emperor Wu? Nai Fen frowned and asked. Mo Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He similarly didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Nai Yuan. Emperor Wu? What's that? Let little Tian tell you. Nai Yuan shook his head. Nai Yuan shook his head and sighed. He suddenly felt that his current knowledge seemed to be far inferior to this nephew of his. Big brother Nai, Emperor Wu is an existence that surpasses martial monarchs. Whereas a martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the fourth void stage, the void transformation stage, under Duan Lingtian's narration, Nai Fen finally had a certain level of understanding towards the peak level of cultivation in Cloud Continent. I've heard of martial monarchs. But it's the first time I've heard of Emperor Wu. I never imagined that there's an existence that surpasses martial monarchs in Cloud Continent. Nai Fen couldn't help but be moved. Mo Yu had a face full of shock as well. Emperor Wu expert. What sort of heaven-defying existence was that? It was difficult to imagine. Little Tian, you said earlier that human martial artists are only able to execute spiritual force attacks after attaining Emperor Wu. Then what was the ability you executed earlier? Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked the crux of the matter. What I executed earlier wasn't a spiritual force attack, and could only be considered to be a type of spiritual force interference technique. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of everything related to the soul brand. Including the fact that soul brands usually only appeared on some demon beasts and how he obtained the soul brand that day, he spoke of everything without concealing anything. Your luck is simply heaven-defying. That's a soul brand left behind by an inscription master from the foreign lands. You were actually able to encounter it. Nai Fen had an expression of envy and jealousy. Something left behind by an inscription master from the foreign lands, and an existence at the void interpretation stage at that, was actually obtained by Duan Lingtian. This luck was probably capable of causing anyone to be envious. Nai Yuan and Mo Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with complicated gazes, and they had the same thoughts as Nai Fen, feeling that Duan Lingtian's luck was heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian recalled what happened when he obtained the soul brand left behind by that inscription master, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At that time, I'd already left that abode. Later on, it was because Elder Kong was interested in that abode that I brought him back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have missed it. When he recalled that soul brand that almost brushed past him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If he didn't have that soul brand, then he wouldn't be able to master the soul skill, 1,000 illusions. If he wasn't able to master the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, then it would be impossible for him to obtain victory in the 2-year agreement with Zi the young master. Presently, the soul skill 1,000 illusions had already become one of Duan Lingtian's great trump cards, a trump card with shocking might. In next to no time, the carriage returned to the Divine Might Marquis estate. After Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Nai Yuan and Nai Fen, he brought Mo Yu along to stroll around the inner city. After strolling around for a while, he returned to the courtyard house. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian didn't take a step out of the house, and he either cultivated or accompanied his mother. His days were passed comfortably. 1 month later. Within a spacious room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, and the origin energy within his body ceaselessly pulsated, circulating according to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WM form. At this moment, the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body had already risen to a critical point. I hope I'll succeed this time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into tempestuous waves that fiercely collided with the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Bang! The bottleneck loosened, yet it wasn't blasted open, and it was obviously still slightly lacking. I'll charge through it in one go. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that once he charged through this bottleneck, his cultivation would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, obtaining a qualitative leap. Bang! Bang! Over and over again, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't know exhaustion in the slightest, and nascent nurturing pills were stuffed into his mouth one after another as if they were free. Soon. After continuing for an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat, and his spirit was dispirited. But he still tensed his teeth and stubbornly persisted. He knew clearly in his heart that if he missed this opportunity, then his previous efforts would be wasted, and he wasn't willing to let his previous efforts go down the drain. Bang! Finally, hard work paid off. Under Duan Lingtian's tireless hard work, he finally successfully charged through the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage and completed his breakthrough. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. I've finally broken through. After completing his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with an incomparably dazzling light that was bright like an array of stars. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fists, and origin energy jumped about on his fists. In an instant, 10011 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Whoosh! After a short moment, Duan Lingtian flipped his palm and a ball of condensed flames ignited on his palm. Pill fire. Presently, the pill fire ignited on Duan Lingtian's hand was simply like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to the past. In the past, his pill fire was green in color. Now, his pill fire was azure in color. If there were other alchemists here, they would surely be indescribably shocked when they saw the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand. A grade 5 pill fire appearing in the hands of a 23-year-old young man was something that was practically impossible to happen, a 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist. Amongst all the alchemists in Cloud Continent, there probably wasn't such a monstrous existence. Grade 5 alchemist, Duan Lingtian looked at the pill fire in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Along with a thought in his heart, the pill fire in his palm changed, becoming raging and flamboyant, and it was a completely different extreme from the pill fire from before. Presently, the flame was still azure in color, but its characteristics were completely different. Grade 5 weapon fire. I can finally refine a grade 5 spirit weapon. Chapter 468. A 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist and grade 5 weapons craftsman. Once news of this spread out, one could imagine that there would surely be many alchemists and weapons craftsmen that would be ashamed to the point of wanting to bang their heads against a wall and commit suicide. However, all of this was nothing to Duan Lingtian. To him, so long as his cultivation was sufficient and his origin energy satisfied the conditions, he would be able to condense a pill flame and weapon flame to the limit. Once my cultivation breaks through to the first level of the void prying stage, my pill flame and weapon flame can advance once more to the 4th level. At that time, I'll be a grade 4 alchemist and a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his face was filled with confidence. Unfortunately, it's more difficult to advance my pill flame and weapon flame later on. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of the pill flame and weapon flame above the 3rd grade. Grade 4 pill flame and weapon flame could be condensed with origin energy at the first level of the void prying stage or above. Grade 3 pill flame and weapon flame, however, required origin energy at the first level of the void initiation stage or above to condense. Grade 2 pill flame and weapon flame instead required origin energy at the first level of the void interpretation stage or above to condense. Grade 1 pill flame and weapon flame corresponded to origin energy at the first level of the void transformation stage or above. If one wants to become a Grade 1 alchemist or a Grade 1 weapons craftsman, besides requiring extremely strong natural talent in alchemy and weapons crafting, one's natural talent in the martial Tao is extremely high as well. After all, if one's cultivation isn't able to break through to the void transformation stage, then it's utterly impossible to condense a Grade 1 pill flame and weapon flame with origin energy. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart as he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. In Cloud Continent, the reason Grade 1 alchemists and Grade 1 weapons craftsmen were rare was because very few people were able to obtain such high accomplishments in two fields at the same time. In the entire Cloud Continent, those that were able to become Grade 1 alchemists and Grade 1 weapons craftsmen were all figures that were favored by the heavens. I'm already a Grade 5 alchemist now, and I'm completely capable of refining the Void Advancement Pill myself. But the main material to refine the Void Advancement Pill is a problem. Duan Lingtian's thoughts revolved as he thought of the Void Advancement Pill. A Void Advancement Pill was a Grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step void stage martial artist to directly break through to the void prying stage. However, the side effects were also great. A martial artist that consumed a Void Advancement Pill to break through to the void prying stage would never be able to break through to the void initiation stage in his entire lifetime. A person that consumes a Void Advancement Pill to break through to the void prying stage is equivalent to cutting off the opportunity to comprehend concept. Unable to comprehend concept means unable to break through to the void initiation stage. The Void Shattering Pill, to a certain extent, is a pill that goes against the heavens and changes one's fate. Once consumed, one has to pay an extremely high price. Now, Duan Lingtian thoroughly understood the void-shattering pill by following the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This void-shattering pill's main ingredient can be replaced with little devil wine? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out some things from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Earlier, I was still thinking. It's probably difficult to find the main ingredient for the Void Advancement Pill in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I never imagined that Samsara Emperor Wu would help me solve it. After withdrawing his thoughts, Duan Lingtian withdrew the other materials required to refine the Void Advancement Pill. Besides the main ingredient, the other materials were extremely ordinary, and Duan Lingtian just happened to have them in his possession. When Duan Lingtian took out the cauldron, he couldn't help but be stunned. He'd noticed an extremely important problem. A Grade 5 spirit weapon cauldron was required to refine a Grade 5 medicinal pill. Fortunately, the materials required to refine a Grade 5 spirit weapon cauldron were in the collection of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. After the Emperor knew that Duan Lingtian needed it, he generously bestowed it to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian refined the first Grade 5 spirit weapon in his lifetime, a cauldron. Relying on the Grade 5 spirit weapon cauldron, a pile of medicinal materials, and little devil wine, Duan Lingtian successfully refined 3 Void Advancement Pills. One of them was given to the Emperor by Duan Lingtian. Your Majesty, Duan Lingtian is extremely grateful to you for taking care of me all this time. This Void Breaker Pill can be considered as a small token of my appreciation. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. The Emperor looked at the medicinal pill in his hand that flowed with light and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Void Advancement Pill? This is the Void Advancement Pill? Although he was the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Void Advancement Pill was similarly an existence that was out of his reach. Now, it was held in his hand. Commander Duan, I really don't know how to thank you. The Emperor let out a long sigh, and his gaze was complicated. Although he'd helped Duan Lingtian quite a bit, as far as he was concerned, those things were utterly not worth mentioning when compared to the Void Advancement Pill. After all, A void advancement pill was equivalent to a void prying stage martial artist. There were many half-step void stage martial artists in the Imperial Palace, but besides him, there wasn't a single void prying stage martial artist. Now that he had this void advancement pill, it also meant that another void prying stage martial artist would be born in the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian giving him the void advancement pill was practically equivalent to giving him a void prying stage martial artist. Your Majesty, you're too courteous. I entered the Imperial Palace this time precisely for the sake of giving this void advancement pill to Your Majesty. Now that the medicinal pill has been delivered, I ought to leave as well. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the Emperor before leaving the throne room and the Imperial Palace. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian went to the Duan clan estate. He'd returned for over a month, and it was still the first time he'd returned to the Duan clan. When the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Yu Hua, heard that Duan Lingtian had arrived, he personally welcomed Duan Lingtian in. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian met the Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhen. The old man was in high spirits, and his elegant bearing wasn't inferior to before. Kid, the patriarch has already told me about what happened in the Imperial Palace a month ago. I truly never imagined that you would have such great ability now. Right, you've gone to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but I wonder which sect you've joined. Duan Zhen looked at Duan Lingtian, and his muddy eyes flashed with a trace of a sheen of anticipation. Grand Elder, wanting to know which sect I've joined is fake, and wanting to know if I've obtained a void advancement pill for the clan is the real reason, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he went straight to the point. This caused Duan Zhen to be extremely embarrassed. Grand Elder, I've fortunately accomplished my mission. When he saw that the time was about right, Duan Lingtian withdrew one of the 2 remaining void advancement pills in his hand and passed it to Duan Zhen. This is the void advancement pill. Duan Zhen received the medicinal pill that had flowing lights revolving around it from Duan Lingtian's hand, and he stared fixedly at it, his eyeballs almost popping out, and his face was filled with excitement. The nearby Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Yu Hua, the 4th master, Duan Yu Hong, and all the other Duan clan elders stared fixedly at the medicinal pill in Duan Zhen's hand. Void advancement pill. This is the void advancement pill? What? Grand Elder, are you worried that I'll deceive you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Grand Elder, the purity of this void advancement pill far surpasses ordinary void advancement pills. Once a martial artist that has been at the half-step void stage for many years consumes it, there's an over 90% chance of instantly breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian's aged body shook when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he revealed a shocked expression. Is this true? Although he'd never seen a void advancement pill, he'd heard of it. But it was still the first time he'd heard of such an abnormal void advancement pill. If Grand Elder doesn't believe me, you can try consuming it. Duan Lingtian smiled. Ha ha. All right. Under the gazes of all the Duan clan higher-ups, Duan Zhen consumed the void advancement pill and closed his eyes, after a short moment. Whoosh. It was as if a gust of wind swept out in all directions with Duan Zhen at the center, blowing the clothes of Duan Lingtian and all the Duan clan higher-ups to flutter in the wind. Meanwhile, everyone could feel that the aura on Duan Zhen's body had changed, becoming even steadier and even more unfathomable. Grand Elder. You, Duan Yu Hua stared blankly at Duan Zhen with a face full of nervousness and anticipation. The other Duan clan higher-ups stared fixedly at Duan Zhen as well. Only Duan Lingtian sat at the side with his legs crossed as he held a teacup and drank tea. He was calm and composed, as if he wasn't anxious in the slightest. Ha 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 ha. In next to no time, Duan Zhen's hearty laughter sounded out, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook some of the small decorations in the audience hall to the point of ceaselessly swaying, causing all the Duan clan higher-ups present to be dumbstruck. They could clearly feel the aura that swept out from Duan Zhen's body at the same time he laughed loudly. That was an aura that surpassed the half-step void stage. Void prying stage. Grand Elder has really broken through to the void prying stage. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Instantly, all the Duan clan higher-ups from Patriarch Duan Yu Hua congratulated Duan Zhen one after another. Thank you, little fellow. Duan Jin paid no attention to Duan Rufeng and the others. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who sat with his legs crossed and drank tea at the side, and lightly bowed. Duan Lingtian was originally leisurely drinking tea, but when he saw Duan Jin turn around to look at him and even bow to thank him, he was frightened to the point that he hurriedly jumped away. "Grand Elder, why are you doing this? If my mother knew that I received a bow from you, wouldn't she scold me to death? Grand Elder, you can't harm me." Duan Jun was first stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, then he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, today's matter won't enter your mother's ears. If anyone dares to speak out of turn, I'll pull out their tongue." As he spoke up to hear, Duan Jun's gaze flashed past all the Duan clan higher-ups. Even Patriarch Duan Ryu Hua wasn't let off. This caused all the Duan clan higher-ups to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, in next to no time, the gazes of these Duan clan higher-ups descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. "Don't look at me, I only have the void-cleaving pellet that the Great Elder took. It was that void-cleaving pellet that I begged my master for many years. He was really impatient, so he went to ask a 5th-grade alchemist to refine it." How could Duan Lingtian not know what they were thinking when he saw the burning gazes of the Duan clan higher-ups, and he shrugged as he spread out his hands. This caused everyone to feel a wave of disappointment. "Grand Elder, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first." Duan Lingtian put down his teacup and smiled to Duan Jun. "Little fellow, the Duan clan will always remember what you've done for the Duan clan. The Duan clan has let you and your mother down for what happened that year. From today onwards, the Duan clan will spare no effort to repay you double what we owe you all these years." Duan Jun spoke with a serious expression. Chapter 469. I wish all my brothers and sisters a happy new year. Grand Elder, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian didn't take Duan Jun's heartfelt words seriously. He'd utterly never thought of asking the Duan clan to repay him and his mother. He gave the Duan clan a void advancement pill today only for the sake of the agreement he made with the Duan clan that day, and it was only a dispute of interests. He was only fulfilling his promise from that day. The Duan clan was cold and indifferent, he'd seen through it long ago. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and gave the last void advancement pill in his possession to Nai Yuan. "Little Tian, what's this?" Nai Yuan looked at the medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian passed over with a puzzled expression as he asked curiously. The medicinal pill flowed with a flowing light, and it was obvious with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. "Uncle Nai, this is a void advancement pill." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Nai Yuan was instantly stunned when he heard this, then he said with an excited expression, "This. Little Tian, where did you get this void advancement pill? If I said I refined it myself, would you believe me, Uncle Nai?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he asked. Nai Yuan's excited expression was instantly dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. "Little Tian, this void advancement pill was refined by you yourself. This is a grade 5 medicinal pill. Only a grade 5 alchemist is capable of refining a grade 5 medicinal pill." As Nai Yuan finished speaking, his tone had traces of trembling mixed within. Even though he'd been shocked by Duan Lingtian quite a bit in the past. But now, he still didn't dare believe it. Grade 5 alchemist. Up until now, not even a grade 5 alchemist had appeared in their Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master, an existence that came from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, was only a grade 6 alchemist. Hiss. Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Nai Yuan's thoughts when he saw Nai Yuan's expression, and he lightly smiled. With a flip of his palm, a strand of azure-colored flames burned out from the center of his palm. Grade 5. Grade 5 pill fire. Although Nai Yuan had never seen a rank 5 alchemist before, he had never seen a rank 5 alchemy fire before. However, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would still have seen a pig run. He had once read about the pill fire in an ancient book. As far as he knew, a grade 5 pill fire was cyan in color. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, Nai Yuan was stunned for a long time before returning to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a freak. Little Tian. No wonder that kid Nai Fen said you're a freak amongst freaks, a freak amongst freaks. Now it would seem that what he said wasn't completely unreasonable. Duan Lingtian never would have thought that Nai Yuan would squeeze out such a sentence after holding it in for a long time, and he was instantly speechless. A 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist. If news of this were to spread out, not to mention our Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Darkstone Empire, and even the Dark Han Dynasty would probably be shocked. Nai Yuan shook his head and sighed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Dark Han Dynasty? Not to mention the Dark Han Dynasty, even in the entire foreign lands, it was very unlikely for a 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist to appear. At least, the Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered countless grade 5 alchemists. But the youngest one was already over 30 years old. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, that 30-year-old grade 5 alchemist had already become a grade 2 alchemist before he relied on the 3 lives rebirth technique to undergo his second lifetime of rebirth. The natural talent of that alchemist could be imagined. Supposedly, a grade 5 pill fire requires the origin energy of a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist or above to condense it. Little Tian, could it be that you? Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian as if he wanted to confirm something. Uncle Nai, your guess is correct. I've already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Nai Yuan as he spoke. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Nai Yuan's mood that had calmed down was once again in turmoil after he obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation. If your father was still alive and knew that he had such a promising son like you, he'd probably be able to wake up from his sleep with a smile. Nai Yuan took a deep breath before sighing. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. That deadbeat father of his. When he left the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian had a heavy load on his mind, and he directly went to look for Li Ru after he returned to the courtyard house. Mother, do you know where father went all those years ago? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Tian, why are you suddenly asking this? Li Ru was slightly bewildered. I want to go there and take a look. Perhaps I'll be able to confirm if father is still alive. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. No. Li Ru's face went grim as she directly rejected Duan Lingtian's idea. You can't go there, absolutely not. At this moment, Li Ru's expression was serious and incomparably resolute. The more Li Ru was like this, the more curious Duan Lingtian was in his heart. Mother, exactly what sort of place is that? Tian, no matter what, you can't go to that place. Mother has already lost your father, I can't lose you as well. Li Ru spoke seriously. Mother, what are you talking about? You won't lose me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and felt that his mother was worrying too much. Mother, when father went to that place that day, his cultivation had only just broken through to the nascent soul stage not long ago. Now, my strength isn't inferior to father from all those years ago, and I won't be in danger. No. Li Ru was unprecedentedly stubborn. Tian, mother knows that you want to find your father. But how could mother not want to as well? It was just that that place was really too strange. That year, after your father went missing, for the sake of finding him, the Duan clan sent out a half-step void stage ancestor to personally head to that place. But later on, even someone as strong as that ancestor completely vanished without a trace, as if he'd completely evaporated into thin air. As she finished speaking, Li Ru's eyes revealed a wisp of terror. Even a half-step void stage existence that entered that place didn't return? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart itched even more unbearably. Of course, he'd realized that place wasn't simple. A place that's able to make a half-step void stage expert not return. Exactly what sort of place is it? Mother, I know. I never imagined that place would be so terrifying. Don't worry, I won't go. Duan Lingtian pretended to have a lingering fear as he spoke. Li Ru's face finally revealed a smile once again, but Duan Lingtian was instead able to perceive that this smile was forced. Looks like mother is thinking of that deadbeat father of mine again. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. I'll go find out where that place is in the next few days. After that, I'll stay at home for a period of time before leaving. Otherwise, I'll surely arouse mother's suspicion. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. He promised his mother earlier that he wouldn't go to that place, and it was only an expedient measure. He didn't want his mother to be worried. No matter what, he was going to that place for sure. With little gold here, I don't believe that within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there's a place that I, Duan Lingtian, can't enter. A wisp of a bright light flashed within the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Little Gold, a third-level void prying stage demon beast that had even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be considered to be a top-rate existence. The next day, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and looked for Nai Yuan. Uncle Nai, do you know where my father went missing all those years ago? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Nai Yuan's face went grim. Little Tian, you absolutely can't go to that place. Uncle Nai, I'm only curious and don't plan on going. Duan Lingtian was speechless, as he never imagined that Nai Yuan's reaction would be as intense as his mother's. Of course, he knew that Nai Yuan was concerned about him and didn't have any other intentions. Nai Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's good that you don't plan on going. Even if a void prying stage martial artist enters that place, they might not be able to come out alive. All those years ago, a Duan clan expert that had half a foot into the void prying stage entered that place, and just like your father, he vanished without a trace and vanished from the face of the earth. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he found out about this from his mother yesterday. Before long, under Nai Yuan's narration, Duan Lingtian found out about the place his deadbeat father went missing all those years ago. That place was a swamp. It was called the Swamp of Death by the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Supposedly, fierce beasts were everywhere in the Swamp of Death, and there were even many formidable demon beasts in the depths of the Swamp of Death. However, the most terrifying thing in the Swamp of Death wasn't these beasts, but the swamp. If a person didn't step on the swamp when entering the Swamp of Death, the person would be utterly unable to notice the existence of the swamp. Many martial artists that entered the Swamp of Death didn't even have the time to go deep before falling into the swamp and becoming nutrients for the earth within the Swamp of Death. The Swamp of Death. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and were filled with yearning. Perhaps to other martial artists, the Swamp of Death is an elusive hell. But under my spiritual force, it's a flat ground that has nowhere to hide. Even if the swamp is invisible to the naked eye, I can still use my spiritual force to sense it. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident about this. In the following 10 days, Duan Lingtian accompanied by the side of his mother, Li Ru. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Li Ru before leaving the Imperial City. He didn't bring along Black Jade when he left the Imperial City this time, and only brought along the little gold mouse. In front of Li Ru, he said that he was returning to Aurora City to visit an old friend. Li Ru didn't doubt him. The Swamp of Death was located in the Fair Sun County at the east of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and it wasn't far from the Imperial City. With the speed of the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian only spent an hour to arrive in the sky above the Fair Sun County's county city. The Swamp of Death was precisely located in the area north of the Fair Sun County's county city. Fair Sun County? It seems slightly familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. As he sat on the back of the little gold mouse and looked down at the Fair Sun County city below, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He could be sure that he'd never come to Fair Sun County in the past, and this was the first time he'd come here. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Little Gold, go over there. Duan Lingtian pointed towards the north as he spoke to the little gold mouse that had grown larger. Squeak squeak tilde. Chapter 470. This is the Swamp of Death. The little gold mouse's speed was extremely swift, and it quickly carried Duan Lingtian to arrive outside a vast and serene forest. This forest was extremely dilapidated, and it emitted waves of ghastly aura. Not only that, the sky above this forest was coiled with black mist all year long, and it enveloped the entire forest within, causing others to not dare rashly enter the sky above the forest. After all, no one knew if some formidable fierce beasts or demon beasts were concealed within the black mist above the forest. The fierce beasts and demon beasts that lived here were surely extremely familiar with the environment here, and outsiders would surely suffer a loss if they trespassed here. Little Gold, go down. Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse to go down, and after he made the little gold mouse shrink, he seriously sized up the forest before him. Unlike the verdant trees of ordinary forests, the trees in this forest were either pitch-black withered trees or dark grey withered trees. The leaves that grew out of these withered trees only had these two colors, and it set off the entire forest to seem extremely strange. There wasn't the slightest trace of human habitation in the surroundings of the forest. As expected of the swamp of death that even void-prying stage martial artists go pale when they talk about it, it's simply an isolated place. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Little Gold, let's go in. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to walk into this strange forest, whereas Duan Lingtian's spiritual force maintained its extension as it carefully investigated the surrounding situation. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian only heard waves of unpleasant cries of crows all along the way. He didn't notice a swamp. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and when she heard the waves of crows' cries, she seemed to be slightly impatient, and she opened her throat and cried out sharply. Squeak! Squeak squeak! Sharp cries carried origin energy as they tore through the sky. Instantly, a wave of impatient crows' cries sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of clamorous sounds of flapping wings that gradually faded away. The crows' cries stopped abruptly. Creak, creak tilde tilde. After driving away the crowd of crows, the little gold mouse was slightly complacent, and she sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right? Duan Lingtian rolled its eyes. It's just a bunch of wild crows. Look at how proud you are. When the little gold mouse heard this, its small head drooped down listlessly. Duan Lingtian continued to head into the swamp of death. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy finally sensed the location of the swamp. Duan Lingtian gave way to these swamps and walked all the way inside. At this time, ferocious beasts began to rush out from the side and sneak attack Duan Lingtian. Creak! However, before these ferocious beasts could get close to Duan Lingtian, with a sudden cry, their bodies were penetrated by a fine sword light, and they were killed on the spot. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and held a pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand as she vigilantly sized up the surroundings. The deeper I go, the more swamps there are. Unless an ordinary human martial artist breaks through to the void-prying stage, otherwise, it's extremely difficult to go around these swamps. Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the death swamp as he walked all the way here. Of course, he knew that this was only the outer area of the death swamp. That deadbeat father of mine wouldn't have lost his footing in these swamps, right? When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he felt a chill run down his spine. If that deadbeat father of his was really swallowed by the swamps, then he would really be dead without a corpse. Little Gold, I'll speed up and walk deeper in. If there are any ferocious beasts or demon beasts that attack me, you deal with them. After Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse, the origin energy between his legs raged. Creak creak tilde. When he heard the little gold mouse's reply, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. As Duan Lingtian's figure shook, he seemed to have transformed into a gale, and in the sky above him, 1,211 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Elementary wind force. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the death swamp at full speed. Whereas the ferocious beasts he encountered all along the way became stronger and stronger. However, no matter how strong a ferocious beast was, it was only a ferocious beast after all, and before Little Gold, a 3rd level void-prying stage demon beast, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Roar. Along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force tightening, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw an enormous ferocious beast open its bloody mouth and pounce towards him. This was a beast-type ferocious beast that was extremely ugly, and Duan Lingtian was unable to recognize it. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian stopped moving and his brows raised. When the ferocious beast pounced over, The 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky flashed towards Duan Lingtian along with it. However, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse cried out, and a sword light flashed out from the spirit sword in her hand, directly penetrating the head of this half-step void stage ferocious beast, causing it to be brought along by inertia to fall to the ground and completely lose all signs of life. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart as he looked at the scene before him. A few years ago, when he hadn't left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An existence at the half-step void stage was an existence that was difficult to surpass to him, but now, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Every dog has its day. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued walking towards the death swamp. Meanwhile, he slowed down his speed. Because he knew that he'd already entered the core area of the death swamp. There would probably be demon beasts roaming about in this area. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After slowly walking forward for half an hour, a demon beast that was completely covered in scales flashed out from a nearby swamp, and it seemed to have transformed into a sharp light that fiercely pierced towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Creak. The little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder leaped up and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that carried along a wave of rushing thunder as it moved to intercept this first-level void prying stage demon beast that attacked Duan Lingtian. Swish. A sword howl tore through the sky as sword lights flashed past to descend onto the scales on the demon beast, emitting an ear-piercing sound of iron colliding. Hey, this scale armor has such a strong defense. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Right at the instant that Duan Lingtian was shocked, the little gold mouse had already attacked a second time, piercing through the demon beast's abdomen and killing it. Only the demon beast's abdomen wasn't protected by its scale armor. Its abdomen was its weakest point. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked for credit from Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right? Even though this demon beast's strength is far inferior to me, the scales on its body are extremely hard. I attacked with my full strength, yet I was actually unable to break open its scales. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted when he heard this, and only now did he notice that besides an injury on the demon beast's abdomen, the demon beast that was killed by Little Gold didn't have any other signs of being injured. This demon beast, Duan Lingtian squatted down and looked at the white mark left behind by Little Gold's sword on the demon beast's scale armor, and at the same time, he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Finally, Duan Lingtian recognized this demon beast. It's actually a red-armored beast. Duan Lingtian's eyes glowed. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian in bewilderment. Little Gold, this red-armored beast is an extremely rare demon beast. Give me your spirit sword. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse, then took the little gold mouse's spirit sword. Subsequently, a grade 5 artifact flame lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he pressed it onto the scales on the surface of the red-armored beast. After 15 minutes, the scales showed signs of melting. After an hour, a section of the scales was burned off by Duan Lingtian, and it transformed into a pool of liquid. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew a pile of equipment refinement materials from his spatial ring, then he used the artifact flame to melt them all into liquid. In the end, Duan Lingtian used the scales of the red-armored beast and a pile of equipment refinement materials to successfully upgrade the little gold mouse's grade 6 spirit sword to a grade 5 spirit sword. Try it. Duan Lingtian returned the spirit sword to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes shone as she received the spirit sword and started swinging it. Origin energy suffused the spirit sword. Whoosh. Instantly, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the little gold mouse, and then another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside these ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the grade 5 spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand contained the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoth. An amplification of 50%. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse's eyes flickered and she was extremely excited. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword, and he relied on the scales of the red armored beast to upgrade it to a grade 5 spirit sword. After the violet myrtle flexible sword was upgraded, its amplification was the same as the grade 5 spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand. It was able to amplify strength by 50%. The scales of this red armored beast are good stuff. The artifact flame in Duan Lingtian's hand raged, and he quickly plucked off the remaining scales on the red armored beast before putting it away in his spatial ring. The scales of this red armored beast were special materials to refine grade 5 spirit weapons. Let's go. After he finished dealing with it, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and continued walking in. All along the way, they encountered a few more demon beasts, and without exception, all of them died under the little gold mouse's sword. Presently, the strength of the little gold mouse had attained the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths through the amplification of the grade 5 spirit sword. If she utilized her half-step advanced lightning force, she would be able to exert the strength of 6,500 ancient mammoth. In terms of strength, it was comparable to the 4th level void prying stage demon beast that had comprehended half-step advanced force. If the force comprehended by the 4th level void prying stage demon beast was inferior to the little gold mouse's half-step advanced lightning force, then its strength would even be inferior to the little gold mouse. After all, ordinary demon beasts didn't possess spirit weapons. Of course, although demon beasts didn't possess spirit weapons to rely on, some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent had their own advantages. Just like the red armored beast. Its entire body of scales was something that even Little Gold, who utilized a grade 6 spirit sword, was unable to break open. In the end, it was Little Gold who found its weakness and killed it. Squeak squeak tilde. Chapter 471. Little Gold, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder with a bewildered expression as he asked curiously. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse raised her little head and looked towards the distance on the right. Duan Lingtian followed the little gold mouse's gaze and looked over, and he saw an expanse of black mist coiled around there, causing him to be utterly unable to see clearly what was there. Did you notice something? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched over, yet it felt as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, and he didn't notice anything. Big brother Lingtian, didn't you notice it? The aura emitted from there is too terrifying. The little gold mouse's young and tender voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. It contained a trace of terror mixed within. I didn't. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then walked over curiously, and his entire body fused into the black mist. Duan Lingtian's vision was obstructed within the black mist, and he could only use his spiritual force to feel the way ahead. But, spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and it could only tell Duan Lingtian if there was a swamp ahead, and it was unable to guide the way for Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, to the right. Fortunately, the little gold mouse's voice sounded out in time, allowing Duan Lingtian to stop being a blind person. Under the little gold mouse's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at the side of a strange enormous pit. This was an enormous pit that was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, and black mist coiled around it, causing it to be impossible to see the bottom. Hey! Duan Lingtian shouted towards the enormous pit, and after a few breaths of time, his reply sounded out. So deep. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Big brother Lingtian, it's inside. The little gold mouse's voice transmission seemed to contain a trace of trembling mixed within. That aura that caused you to be afraid came from within this enormous pit. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. Little gold, you wouldn't have sensed wrongly, right? The little gold mouse shook her head. No. It's inside. Big brother Lingtian, if you don't believe me, I'll bring you down to have a look. After the little gold mouse finished speaking, it turned into the size of a small mountain. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The little gold mouse's words had aroused his curiosity, and he really wanted to know what was inside this enormous pit that could actually cause the little gold mouse that wasn't afraid of anything to feel fear. In his opinion, this was an inconceivable matter. The enormous pit was very large, and it could completely accommodate the little gold mouse's enlarged body. The little gold mouse carried Duan Lingtian and slowly descended into the enormous pit, Not there yet? After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse was still slowly descending, and he couldn't help but ask. Soon. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission. Finally, after another 10+ breaths of time, the little gold mouse's speed finally slowed down. Big brother Lingtian, look. Under the little gold mouse's guidance, Duan Lingtian looked down. With just a glance, he could see that in the dark pit, on one side of the wall, there was actually a cave that could accommodate an adult. To be more precise, it was a cave passage. In next to no time, a flower at the side of the cave passage attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. This was a flower that was pitch black like ink, and because of its color, it practically merged into one with the wall of the enormous pit. Because of the distance earlier, Duan Lingtian hadn't noticed it. Now, along with the little gold mouse stopping, Duan Lingtian just happened to be at the same height as the entrance of the cave passage, and he was able to clearly see the outline of this black flower. Following the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian recognized this flower. Serene Sirius. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that this was the Serene Sirius. Although it was the first time he'd seen the Serene Sirius, it wasn't the first time he'd heard of it. All those years ago, his mother, Li Ru, had told him about it. 20+ years ago, his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, had entered deep into the swamp of death precisely for the sake of the Serene Sirius. Until now, there was no news of him. Now, 20 years had passed, and he'd actually encountered the Serene Sirius. It's really an unintentional willow that grows into a shade. Duan Lingtian revealed a bitter smile, then conveniently plucked the Serene Sirius. The Serene Sirius was an incomparably precious medicinal material. It was priceless. The refinement of many special medicinal pills more or less required the use of it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian observed the entrance of the cave passage for a while longer, and after he noticed that there was nothing else, his figure flashed and he entered the cave passage. At this time, the little gold mouse shrunk once more and followed him into the cave passage before descending onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. What is this place? Duan Lingtian walked into the cave passage, and it became darker and darker, to the point he couldn't even see his own fingers. Hiss! With a raise of his hand, the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and jumped up, illuminating the entire cave. After walking along the cave passage for an entire hour, Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. What the hell is this place? All along the way, Duan Lingtian could feel that the terrain was constantly lowering. His initial estimation was that he was now at a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Big brother Lingtian, that aura is getting closer and closer, the little gold mouse's voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief. There was finally hope. Finally, another half an hour passed, and Duan Lingtian turned a corner and noticed that a white dot of light had appeared before him. That's the exit. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the speed of his feet increased. Finally, the white dot of light before his eyes gradually enlarged, and Duan Lingtian finally walked out of the cave passage and entered a space that was as bright as day. Accurately speaking, this was a space that was similar to a palace hall. The hall was dazzling, as if it was an underground palace that was inlaid into the ground. On the ceiling, 9 enormous luminous pearls were inlaid, and the light of the hall came from them. Any one of these luminous pearls is at least double the size of the one that the patriarch of the Phoenix Nest City's Chang clan gave me back then. Any one of these luminous pearls is priceless. At the same time that Duan Lingtian gasped, his eyes glowed. Finally, Duan Lingtian's gaze moved away from the 9 luminous pearls and descended into the hall. At the side of the hall, a skeleton laid there, and it attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The skeleton wore a set of clothes that ought to have experienced countless years and become extremely tattered. From the thick bones of the skeleton, one could discern that this skeleton belonged to a man. Who is this? Why is it here? Duan Lingtian was curious in his heart and carefully sized it up. In next to no time, he noticed that the sternum of this skeleton was actually shattered, as if it was shattered by a palm strike of someone's hand. Big brother Lingtian, what's this? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the little gold mouse had unknowingly left his shoulder and descended to the side of the skeleton. Presently, she was grabbing out a command token that was suffused with dust from the waist of the skeleton. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale when he saw this command token. On the front of the command token, the word Duan was clearly inscribed. It's the Duan clan's command token. Duan Lingtian grabbed the command token, then took a deep breath before turning it over. On it, the word direct was so conspicuous. Duan clan, direct descendant disciple. Duan Lingtian had seen this type of command token before. The Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ru Hua, Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, and the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ru Hong, all carried them on their person. It was the command token that all direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan wore. Could it be? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat abruptly sped up, and his gaze once again descended onto the skeleton before him. Could it be that this is my deadbeat father, Duan Rufeng? For a time, a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If this skeleton was really his deadbeat father, then although he wouldn't be sad, he couldn't avoid being slightly disappointed. After all, his mother had always firmly believed that his deadbeat father was still alive. Squeak squeak tilde. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse cried out once more. Big brother Ling Tian, a spatial ring. It's a spatial ring. When he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the right hand of the skeleton before him, and on the right hand of the skeleton was a dark copper spatial ring. After removing the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. I hope there's something within this spatial ring that can prove the identity of this skeleton, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his mood became even more perturbed. What he was most worried about now was that this skeleton was really his deadbeat father, and once it was confirmed, he didn't know how sad his mother would be. Even if it's confirmed that he's really my deadbeat father, I still want to keep this secret to myself. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself. He didn't want his mother to be sad. At least, there was still a trace of hope in his mother's heart. Allowing this trace of hope to accompany his mother for her entire life would perhaps be the best choice. With a command in his heart, Duan Lingtian looked through the things within the spatial ring. In next to no time, his gaze lit up. A letter. There's actually a letter within this spatial ring. No matter if this letter was written by someone to the owner of the spatial ring or written by the owner of the spatial ring to someone else, it would surely have a signature. With a raise of his hand, a letter appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was a letter that had been opened. It ought to have been written by someone to the original owner of this spatial ring. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he opened the letter and started reading it. The opening of the letter was the address that someone addressed the original owner of the spatial ring, Duan Yu. When Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the words Lord Duan Yu at the beginning of the letter, his gaze abruptly focused. Duan Yu, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Could it be that he's the half-step void stage martial artist of the Duan clan that came to the Swamp of Death to look for my deadbeat father all those years ago? This thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart at the first possible moment. After this thought arose, he was even more convinced. No matter if it's him or not, I can be sure of one thing, this skeleton doesn't belong to my deadbeat father. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced. Although he didn't know what his deadbeat father encountered all those years ago, since he didn't see the skeleton now, it meant that there was still a possibility that his deadbeat father was still alive. Of course, it was also possible that he was swallowed by the swamp. But it was only a possibility. Little Gold, the aura you spoke of earlier that caused you to be afraid came from here? Chapter 472. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded, then jumped to the side of the audience hall and pointed at a broken stone tablet that had fallen on the ground as she said via voice transmission, Big brother Ling Tian, that aura was here earlier. But not long after we entered, that aura vanished, as if it had concealed itself. So strange. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, and he walked over to the broken stone tablet in large strides. This stone tablet, Duan Lingtian squatted down and wanted to lift up the stone tablet, yet he noticed that this tiny stone tablet seemed to be connected to the audience hall. But the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out instead told him that this broken stone tablet was separated from the audience hall. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as the muscles on his entire body bulged out, and his hands grabbed onto the stone tablet. Subsequently, his entire strength exploded out. However, even then, his strength of 10011 ancient mammoths was still unable to move the stone tablet in the slightest. Exactly how heavy is this stone tablet? Duan Lingtian was astounded. He stretched out his hand to knock on the stone tablet, then flashed through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, yet in the end, he still didn't find any clues related to the material of the stone tablet. In other words, even if Samsara Emperor Wu was still alive, he would similarly be unable to recognize the material used to forge this stone tablet. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even the heaviest rock in Cloud Continent was far from being as heavy as this broken stone tablet before him. This stone tablet was only such a small piece, yet it was already heavy to the point that Duan Lingtian was unable to move it in the slightest. Little Gold, see if you're able to move this stone tablet. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse that stood at the side. As far as he was concerned, Little Gold was a third-level void prying stage demon beast, and her strength was much stronger than him. The little gold mouse hurriedly ran over when she heard this. But, even if the little gold mouse's strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths as a third-level void prying stage demon beast exploded out, she was similarly unable to move this stone tablet in the slightest. Exactly what stone tablet is this? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian gasped. After all, the strength of an ancient mammoth was equivalent to a strength of 5,000 kilograms. The strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths, it was equivalent to 40 million jin of strength. 40 million jin of strength, what kind of concept was that? If converted to the unit of weight of ton in his previous life, that would be 20,000 tons of force. This stone tablet weighs more than 20,000 tons? Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Creak, creak tilde tilde. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's enraged cry sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Whoosh. Following that, he saw a ray of sword light flying over and crashing into the stone tablet. It was precisely the little gold mouse's full strength that utilized the strength of her entire body, the grade 5 spirit weapon, and the half-step advanced lightning force to attack the stone tablet. Boom. The sword strike that contained the strength of 6,500 ancient mammoths smashed onto the stone tablet, and the terrifying force swept up the dust on the floor of the hall. Creak, creak tilde tilde. Along with the dust being obliterated, the little gold mouse's helpless cry sounded out. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone tablet and his eyes stared wide open, and he was extremely shocked. This. Exactly what material is this stone tablet made of? A sword strike that contained the strength of 6,500 ancient mammoths actually didn't leave behind the slightest mark when blasted onto it. After all, even if the hardness of the crimson armored beast scales was heaven-defying, the little gold mouse's sword strike had left behind an obvious white mark after all. But now, the little gold mouse's full strength didn't leave behind the slightest mark on the stone tablet. Big brother Lingtian, this stone tablet is too hard. I can't do anything about it. The little gold mouse drooped her little head, and after she put away the grade 5 spirit sword, she stood dejectedly at the side. I've discerned it. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, then stretched out his hand to pat the stone tablet, yet didn't notice anything wrong. The stone tablet was completely icy cold, and rows of extremely strange words were inscribed on it, and Duan Lingtian was unable to recognize a single one of them. What language are these words? They don't seem to be the common language of Cloud Continent now. With no other choice, Duan Lingtian could only search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes, he still hadn't seen this type of language. Even Samsara Emperor Wu hasn't seen this type of language. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded, as he could realize that this stone tablet wasn't simple. Looking at the gap on this stone tablet, a small half of it ought to be missing. Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the stone tablet, and it was icy cold to the touch, as if he was touching a block of ice. Finally, Duan Lingtian couldn't endure it any longer, and his soul force swept out to envelop the broken stone tablet, as he wanted to see if he could use his spiritual force to sense the profundity of this stone tablet. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the stone tablet, an unexpected event occurred abruptly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of cold wind assault him, followed by his spiritual force trembling. A spiritual force that was strong to the point of suffocation gushed out from the stone tablet along with his spiritual force and swept through his soul. A trace of despair arose within Duan Lingtian's heart without any warning. This was the despair that arose within his subconscious. The despair that arose when facing an unparalleled existence. The strength of this spiritual force had completely exceeded the scope of his understanding. Even the spiritual force of Elder Kong from the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate wasn't worth mentioning when compared to this spiritual force. It was like the difference between the earth and the sky. Even when Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, his spiritual force might not be so strong. In an instant, many thoughts flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. Who the hell are you? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force trembled as he communicated with the strong spiritual force that came into contact with his spiritual force. Presently, their spiritual forces had fused together, and they could communicate with each other with a single thought. To be more precise, the thing that was sweeping towards his soul through his spiritual energy should be an extremely powerful soul. This feeling now was something Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with. At that time, when he'd just arrived in this world from Earth and possessed Duan Lingtian's body, the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu that concealed within the depths of Duan Lingtian's soul had once given him a similar feeling. But at this instant, he even had a clear intuition. Even the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu from that time seemed to be far from being as strong as the soul that swept over now. Samsara Emperor Wu was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. His soul had experienced 2 lifetimes and was even tempered to an extremely terrifying degree. During his second lifetime, there wasn't even an expert like Emperor Wu that was able to withstand a single spiritual force attack of his. The strength of Samsara Emperor Wu's soul is obvious. Could it be that it's my misconception? As soon as this thought arose in Duan Lingtian's mind, he felt the extremely strong soul had already entered his mind. At the same time, a sonorous and ghastly voice entered into Duan Lingtian's soul. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If it wasn't for your soul's energy touching the Devil Seal tablet, it would be impossible for my main soul to leave the Devil Seal tablet. I really have to properly thank you. Now that I've left the Devil Seal tablet, I only have to crush your soul and occupy your body. Then I'll be able to go look for my soul avatar. At that time, once my main soul returns, I'll be able to completely annihilate that stubborn fellow. Ha 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 ha. Along with this arrogant and unbridled voice resounding out, Duan Lingtian's soul started to tremble intensely. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that stretched out completely collapsed along with the trembling of his soul. No. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he shouted out sorrowfully. Once his soul was crushed, it also meant that he would completely vanish from this world. Even if his body was still alive, it would only be a shell and no longer be him. However, all of this wasn't something Duan Lingtian could control. In Duan Lingtian's mind, the strong soul that swept towards Duan Lingtian's soul was simply even stronger than the soul of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, bang! That extremely strong soul collided with Duan Lingtian's soul. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's body trembled, and he felt dizzy. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who originally thought that his consciousness would be annihilated, noticed to his astonishment that his trembling soul was ceaselessly stabilizing and ceaselessly recovering. In the end, the uncomfortable feeling completely vanished. Hey! Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the extremely strong soul from before seemed to have suddenly vanished without a trace. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. Could it be? The scene before his eyes was so familiar to Duan Lingtian as well. Could it be that he's like the reincarnation Emperor Wu from all those years ago? Because my soul doesn't belong to this world in essence, it was restricted by some sort of rule, so he didn't succeed. Not only did he not succeed, he even lost his own soul. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. What an unlucky bastard. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and his face revealed a complacent smile. So what if his soul is strong? You want to destroy my soul? You're simply seeking your own death. Looks like the reincarnation Emperor Wu has a companion this time. Big brother Ling Tian, you're really asking for a beating. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse was looking at him in all seriousness, and she was communicating with him via voice transmission. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. At the same time, in an extremely distant place, on a floating island that floated in midair, within an exceedingly luxurious and magnificent palace. Suddenly, ha 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 ha. Hey Ming, I never expected that you're so unlucky. Even your main soul has been destroyed. A wave of unrestrained and relieved laughter sounded out from within the palace. Subsequently, the airflow in the air spread out, and a tall figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the magnificent palace. This was a young man. The young man wore azure clothes, his face had a perfect outline, and he had a graceful bearing and was incomparably handsome. His slanted brows were straight, and he emanated a dignified aura without being angry. His calm eyes seemed to have strands of azure-colored energy leaping about within them, and his sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Presently, the young man's face was filled with an extremely delighted smile. It was as if he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Suddenly, the distant air shook. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures that were swift to the extreme appeared before the young man at practically the exact same moment. These were two old men. One wore blue clothes, the other wore red clothes. Master. The two old men looked at the young man in an extremely humble manner. I'm going to leave for a period of time. During this period of time, both of you will be in charge of all matters in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The young man glanced at the two old men indifferently, and with a raise of his hand, a command token shot out. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.